The green iron bull let out a low and distant moo that shook the heart. Sky-patrolling bull Pishio, isn't a pet Pishio a divine phoenix? Wuxia asked in a daze. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his heart trembled. As he stared at the green bull, he suddenly recalled the similar bull-shaped true spirit he had seen on the countless stone pillars in the Ocean Emperor's palace. This thing is a true spirit? He cried out. Everyone trembled in shock when they heard this. The sky-patrolling bull is indeed one of the true spirits, said Baimang Nan. It almost died in the battle to suppress the demons back then. Lord Lingmu Di begged someone to make this banner body so that its soul could have a place to live. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, and his thoughts seemed to be drifting away. Wuxia's face turned pale as she said, "A true spirit, a brutal soul, and a divine phoenix body. Humph." Lingmu Di snorted coldly. "I can't believe that I'll have such a day. It's so tiring to deal with a few martial sovereigns." The body of the gourd little King Kong was recovering bit by bit, but its momentum was not as good as before. The strength of the gourd little King Kong would not be reduced, but the soul power of the Lingmu flute and its control over its body would be weakened, especially when the amount of green poison on his body was increasing. His body, which was made of a mixture of metal, could not withstand the poison and began to rust and fester. His face was twisted into a bitter gourd as he said, "Jinan, you've always been my most capable arm. I don't want to hurt you. You have no chance of winning against me. Quickly remove the poison from this lord's body and be my subordinate again." Baiming Nan frowned and kept silent. Lingmu Di's face darkened and he said coldly, "This body is not worth mentioning to me. After I kill all of you, I'll just change to a new one. I just can't bear to kill you and want to give you another chance. Don't be ungrateful." Xiao suddenly sneered and said, "Senior Mu Di, lying is not a good thing. It's very difficult to fuse with one's own soul after taking over a spiritual body, and the physical body will constantly devour the soul. You can only completely control it by taking over some low-level martial artists, but it will inevitably destroy the natural talent of the physical body, and even if you cultivate again, it will be difficult to reach the peak. As for the possession of a spiritless puppet, it will be difficult to advance for the rest of your life. Not only that, without the nourishment of the physical body, dantian, and meridians, your soul power will also continue to flow away, and eventually, your mind will die and you will become a low-rank Bai and spirit. Only the Bai and you're occupying now is left. Is it a surprise?" Xiao smiled indifferently. "Is it?" Lingmu Di trembled and said in shock, "You? What do you mean by that?" Xiao sneered. "You should know better than me what I mean. I'm afraid this body is the most suitable for you in the world. I can't find a second one like this. It's not just the compatibility, but also the ice fiend heart flame." Bang! Lingmu Di's entire body trembled, and his twisted body expanded. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, causing the surrounding air to shatter and explode with a loud explosive sound. "You don't need to ask me how I know," Xiao said slowly, "because the puppet you're occupying is made by me. This time I came to the Two-World Mountain specifically for it. I didn't expect to be involved in this boring storm, and I didn't want my puppet to be taken by you." The crowd was taken aback as they looked at Xiao in surprise. Wuxia was also stunned for a moment before a look of realization appeared on her face and she nodded lightly. "You refined it?" Lingmu Di's expression changed. He suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, since you can make one, you can naturally make a second one and a third one." "Not necessarily," Xiao said. Lingmu Di's brows instantly rose and he shouted, "Why?" "First of all, the materials are hard to find, and the opportunities are hard to come by," Xiao said. "It's also a coincidence that this puppet has developed into its current appearance. Secondly, the most important point is that I'm not in a good mood, so I can't refine anything." An ominous glint flashed in Lingmu Di's eyes. He said coldly, "Humph, I'll help you relax your bones and soul, and you'll be in a good mood." His hand was like a reverse soul whip, and he spat out a strange note. Swish! The heaven-patrolling bulldog barked in a low voice and slowly turned around. Its eyes emitted a green light like two huge gems. Rings of light waves spread out from under its four hooves. The entire sky was covered by the green light patterns, like a green net that covered the sky and the sun. It filled the entire barrier, and everyone was trapped inside. What the hell is this? Xianxia looked surprised. The green light was like a spider web and he was completely stuck to it. Not only that, but even his primordial energy was bound, and he could not even move his fingers. Everyone's expression changed as they tried to circulate their origin power. Although they could still move, they were greatly suppressed. Furthermore, within this 1,000 mu barrier, it was completely enveloped by this light net. There was no place to hide. This is the innate divine ability of the heaven-patrolling bull, said Beiming Nan. The boundary power it carries is similar to a barrier, but it's slightly different. Not only can it attack anyone within the net through this green light, but it can also absorb the energy of everyone who is injured. What? How can we fight this? Everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open. Even Dark North Yuan Hai and the others looked solemn and seemed to be worried. Ling Mudi's body had basically recovered. He held the reverse soul whip and sneered, "You traitor! You've betrayed us thoroughly. Lord Mudi, as long as you give up the rainbow stone, I'll immediately remove the poison in your body," said Beifong Nan. "From what that person just said, this body is very important to you." "Shut up! I'll give you one last chance," Ling Mudi shouted. "Detoxify and surrender, or die." Beiming Nan's eyes were filled with sorrow. "All of our companions in the two-world mountain died trying to seal the demon. Even you, my lord, have perished. I only have a remnant soul left." Even so, no one had a single complaint. What was there to be sad about in life and what was there to be sad about in death? "I'm even willing to turn into a rotting corpse and guard this place for another 100,000 years. However, how are you going to face the souls of more than 3,000 of our friends from the two-world mountain in your current state?" Ling Mudi's body trembled, as if he was extremely touched, but his eyes were soon replaced by a fierce look. He shouted, "The rainbow stone in my body is the safest place in the world." This was the meaning behind the sacrifice of more than 3,000 friends. You actually ignored everyone's sacrifice and wanted the rainbow stone to fall into the hands of these unknown people? The one who sacrificed himself is you, Bei Xiaonan. A large amount of light surged out from the Ling Mudi's body, accompanied by the poison of the 7 illusions green damask. His entire face was twisted as he roared, "All of you, go to hell!" The reverse soul whip was waved and turned into a silver light in the sky. Countless runes flickered and fell down. The entire barrier was covered in this rain of silver runes, and it swept toward everyone with a vast and strange force. Everyone was shocked. Not only were those silver runes extremely aggressive, but they also directly attacked people's souls. At the same time, the heaven-patrolling bulldog let out a low roar and raised its right front hoof before stomping down. Boom! The light net trembled, and countless green lights surged up. Green runes also flew out from within, and the entire space within the barrier was filled with green light. Bang! One of the cultivators was already severely injured. As the green runes covered his body, he instantly exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. What? This thing can explode. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they desperately used their ultimate skills in great shock, pushing the green runes that filled the sky 100 feet away. Boom! Even so, the runes were still rolling and exploding, and the terrifying impact force reverberated on the green net. The silver runes in the sky also fell down like demonic snowflakes, floating and spinning inside the enchantment. Ah! All kinds of screams rang out, and the cultivators who were struggling to resist the power of the explosion suddenly felt a splitting headache and blood flowing out of their pores. Bang! 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 The power of the reverse soul whip struck directly at the divine sense and soul, instantly accelerating the slaughter. Many people were already killed by the silver talismans before the green talismans exploded. The entire sky was filled with the stench of blood from the powerhouses. Almost everyone below the rank of a high-level marshal supreme had been annihilated. On the other hand, there was a level of 1 star above a high-level martial emperor. The 7 stars martial emperor powerhouse was not in a better state. He was also bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his body began to crack. An 8-star martial emperor could barely protect himself, and only a 9-star martial emperor was basically without any worries. Under the joint attack of Lingmu Di and the heaven-patrolling bullfighting, more than half of the martial artists were instantly killed, leaving only 30 to 40 people. Moreover, half of them were seriously injured. They might not be able to withstand the next attack. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and even the people from the dark North Yuanhai region were furious. Beifeng Nan was also hit by the double impact, and his eyes became a little dazed. His rotten body was almost undying, but the reverse soul whip directly countered his soul power. Damn it! Bai Haodong suddenly let out an angry roar. A red light flashed across the sky, and his figure appeared on the heaven-patrolling bulldog. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a long spear was thrust straight down. Swish! The bull let out a low roar and moved its head. The green net in the sky suddenly shrank and wrapped around Bai Haodong. Then the net flashed and he disappeared. In the next moment, Bai Haodong was directly teleported 1,000 feet away, and his body was covered with green runes. What? Bai Haodong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. The flag in his long sleeves spread out, and 5-colored light poured out. Boom! The green runes exploded instantly, and a terrifying power soared into the sky. The other warriors could feel the power of destruction from far away. The power of the explosion dissipated, and the light of the 5 elements around Bai Haodong was in a daze. His entire body was covered in dust. Although he was in a sorry state, he was fortunately not injured. Yunxiao was shocked. Although this territory was not like the Divine Realm tablet, which allowed the owner to do as he pleased, it was similar to the Thunder Realm of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, which was almost an evolution of a divine power. Does anyone have any good ideas? Duanmu Tsang's eyes flickered. Xie Ting's eyes were filled with despair as he said, "This is the combination of a true spirit and brutal soul with a divine armor. It's almost like a god-level existence. It's just 1 power against 10. No matter how we fight, it's useless." "Don't be too pessimistic," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "If he were really an immortal state being, we would have been annihilated by the blow just now. Do you think we would still have the chance to talk here?" That's right. 100,000 years ago, the heaven-patrolling bulldog had been severely injured. After its soul was fused into the puppet, it had fallen to the immortal state after the passage of time. The power of the attack just now was not even 1% of its full power. Beifeng Nan stared at the sky-patrolling bull and said with a complicated expression, "Less than 1%? Everyone's hair stood on end. How strong would he be at his peak?" "Senior Jinan," Yunxiao said, "can your 7 illusions green damask restrain it?" Beiming Nan shook his head and said, "I should have been able to do it before. Although my soul power is damaged, this rotten body is a complete heaven and earth poison body. It's enough to control the 5 poisons of great extinction. But now," he said bitterly, "under the reverse soul whip, my soul state is unstable. I don't have much time left, so it's even more difficult for me to attack." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the rotten body in horror. His disciple Meng Bai also had the heaven and earth venomous body, one of the strange divine bodies. The so-called Great Completion meant that all 8 gates were opened, and the physical body was sanctified. Beifeng Nan's body must have gone through some special treatment, which was why he was still alive after 100,000 years. His eyes were blurry and he was indeed losing his mind. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries from the 2 reverse soul whips. Although Lingmu Di's expression could not be seen, other than the fierceness in his eyes, there was also a complicated look that was constantly conflicted. Yunxiao looked at him coldly without saying a word. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Duanmu Tsang replied, "Since it's not even 1% of its original power, I must have a way to counter it. I have an abhijna, but it'll take some time. Lord Song, Dark North Yuan Hai said, do as you wish. If it's just to delay these two old monsters for a while, I and my friends can still do it. The others rolled their eyes at him. He had dragged everyone into the water for no reason. But at this moment, if they didn't work together, they were afraid that no one would be able to escape, so they didn't say anything. All right, I'll have to trouble all of you, Duan Mutsong said in a deep voice. She made a hand seal and put her hands together in front of her body. 9 beams of light flew up around her like an unbloomed lotus, wrapping her in it. A holy aura rose from the lotus, and countless golden runes appeared on the flower buds that had yet to bloom. Duan Mutsong stood quietly in the lotus flower. A shadow appeared behind him. It was 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Ling Mu Di's expression changed greatly. This is a Kasaya. Kill them, he shouted, his entire body trembling. He waved the reverse soul whip in his hand and a silver light flew out. The green bull shook its head and stomped its hooves. In a flash, its huge body appeared in front of Duan Mutsong. The 2 horns on his forehead were like iron towers, directly pushing up. 2 ripples spread out from the top of the tower, and the space was pressed down by the green bull's great power, rushing toward the illusionary shadow with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Before the crowd could react, Xianxia teleported and appeared directly in front of the green bull. With a loud cry, he reached out to grab the horns. Boom, boom, boom. The space under his palms was crushed, and his arms glowed with a golden light. He grabbed the bull's horns and blocked the force. What? Everyone was aghast. Their eyes filled with shock. The terrifying power that shot out from the green bull's horns could not be blocked even if they used all the power of their profound level weapons, let alone their physical bodies. Why aren't you attacking? Xianxia roared angrily, blue veins bulging on his body as he said, within this territory, it can teleport as it wishes. The heaven-patrolling bulldog had a force of 10,000 gene, and it crushed his golden arm. Golden blood flowed out, and he kept retreating. Duan Mutsong's eyes opened slightly as he cast the spell. A hint of shock flashed past his eyes. Only then did the rest of the people react, and no one dared to hold back. Several figures flashed and appeared above the fighting bull. Only then did Xianxia withdraw his hands and turn his body into thunder. The power of the green bull's horns suddenly arrived and instantly shattered his body of lightning into pieces. Countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Then, it gathered in the sky again and transformed into Yunxiao's figure. But his face was pale and his arms were covered in blood. At this moment, Dark North Yuan Hai flicked his 10 fingers, and a jade-colored finger helmet appeared. A Densine Chi jumped on his fingertips and suddenly pointed down. 7 fingers of mysterious Een. Bang, bang, bang. Every time his finger hit the back of the green bull, a dark ice phoenix would appear and slow down the movements of the green bull. Its entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice and was almost frozen there. Then he put his hands together, and endless cold air burst out of his body, turning into whirlwinds and shooting out. The entire sky changed color, and white snow fell from the sky. It was a piece of silver that was exceptionally enchanting. Flowers of 10,000 trees, 1,000 feet of snow. He formed his palms and slammed them down. The goal of the Dark North Primordial Sea was very clear. It wasn't to injure the enemy, but to delay them as much as possible. The sky trembled as the 2 palms struck down. The heaven-patrolling bulldog was instantly frozen. Its entire body was constantly frozen, and in an instant, it turned into an ice mountain that rose directly into the nebula. The rest of the people's mouths were wide open as they looked at the strange scene in front of them in horror. They even felt a trace of fear towards the Dark North Primordial Sea. It's too late. The Dark North Primordial Sea took a deep breath and said, I've used the 10,000-year-old ice to suppress it. I wonder how long it can last. It should be fine, Great Uncle Xieting said. I'll add a few more seals. He put 2 fingers together and a yellow talisman suddenly appeared. Golden talismans kept appearing on it. With a swing, it turned into thousands of them, all of which stuck to the iceberg. Suddenly, a sealing force appeared, and the iceberg emitted a myriad of colors. Through the ice layer, One could still see the heaven-patrolling bulldog frozen inside, unable to move. Humph! Childish! Ling Mu Di's mocking voice was heard. In a flash, he stepped on the iceberg. The rainbow stone on his forehead flickered continuously. The green poison all over his body was forced into his left palm, turning dark green. The venomous arm immediately formed a hand seal, and a round golden light lit up. Bai Ming Nan's body trembled, and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, run!" He was the first to fly up, and in a few flashes, he had escaped to the edge of the barrier. Before the others could react, Ling Mu Di said word by word with a cold smile, "9 heavens de lo ring." Boom! As his voice fell, the ice mountain under his feet suddenly shook violently. The tens of millions of talismans instantly floated up and shook in all directions. The mountain was also torn apart inch by inch, and an earth-shaking roar came from the bottom of the ice mountain. Through the thick ice, a round collar had appeared on the bulldog's neck. It had become extremely red and emitted a terrifying force that surged in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! The entire ice mountain was instantly shattered, and a vast power surged over like waves. The mountain instantly disintegrated into water, forming a huge wave. Woof! On top of the huge wave, the heaven-patrolling bulldog's 4 hooves stomped on the ground. Its body glowed with green light and runes danced around it. A red circular collar was spinning above his head, emitting a terrifying force that pressed down in all directions. Ling Mu Di stretched out his hand and grabbed the collar. The collar fell into his hand, and then he threw it down. It suddenly expanded to several acres in size and pressed down from the sky. At the same time, the heaven-patrolling bull stepped out of the territory again. The runes dancing on its body condensed and turned into a magnificent golden armor. He stepped out of the clouds with his 4 hooves, and instantly, a golden light dazzled, making him look like a god. Boom! Under the pressure of the collar, everyone felt their blood and chi spurting out, and their bodies almost exploded. A few martial artists who were already seriously injured directly spat out blood and died on the spot. Push it up! Mu Jie's eyes bulged. She let out a furious roar and made hand seals. A huge puppet stood up in front of her. Its hands were crystal clear like diamonds, and it suddenly pushed toward the collar. Boom! Although the puppet was not as burly as Kaishan Tianding, it was still extremely fierce. Its 2 diamond-like palms formed a seal, and a green light appeared in the palm of its hand, resisting the collar. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the pair of clear and transparent palms instantly exploded. Boom, boom, boom! The entire giant puppet exploded into countless pieces, and the barrier shook. Everyone felt as if they were hanging on a green net, shaking back and forth, their faces pale. Ling Mu Di's face was full of sarcasm. His eyes were full of contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned around. Duanmu Tsang's lotus had already bloomed. His thousands of hands were performing different hand seals. Hundreds of eyes were open, looking at the world. Not good. He suddenly made a grabbing motion and the 9 heavens de Lua hoop flew back. The hand seals changed several times before it struck toward Duanmu Tsang. All of a sudden, a figure flashed across the sky. The golden spear pierced through the collar with an ear-piercing sound, and a golden vortex appeared. It was Bai Haodong, and his hands were constantly sending seals into the spear, causing all kinds of runes to surge. The 9 heavens de Lua hoop flashed with red light and shattered the spear with a bang. The shattered pieces also gathered together under the power of the hoop, turning into thousands of hidden weapons that shot down. Bai Haodong's expression changed, and he took a step back in the air. The 5-element flags were spread out, and the power of the 5 elements gushed out and condensed into an array. They complemented and countered each other, constantly evolving and stacking, with endless changes. He also knew that the ultimate move that Duanmu Tsang was preparing at this moment was very likely their only hope of turning defeat into victory. Hence, he spared no effort in stalling for time. Boom! The 9 heavens de Lua loop crashed into the rainbow light, causing space to tremble and the azure realmverse to shatter into pieces. The power of the 5 elements suddenly weakened and was fiercely suppressed. The light on the flag bloomed and was incomparably hot. It was already a sign that it had reached the limit of what it could bear. Hu Qi! The 5-element flag burst into flames, and the 5 elements instantly dispersed, breaking the defensive barrier. The 9 heavens de Luohup charged over and crushed by Haodong into dust, but he was reduced to specks of light. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately left behind an afterimage and fled. When he saw the 9 heavens de Luohup rush into the lotus of light, Duanmu Tsang's eyes opened. He raised his hand and gently grabbed the hoop. A golden light seemed to flow out of his fingertips. When he touched the ring, a metallic sound could be heard. Bang! The 9 heavens de Luohup was caught by her, and her entire body trembled as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The 1,000 eyes behind him opened and looked at the world. After that, they waved their hands and formed hand seals to protect all living beings. Duanmu Tsang muttered in Sanskrit, "If I am the one who can benefit and bring peace to all living beings, let me have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes." After that, countless golden seals flew out from the 1,000 hands and gathered in the air. They instantly turned into a golden cloud, and a huge fan character appeared. Whoever becomes righteous today will be released as a great light. Whoever can be at ease today. Yan Fangxi has great divine power. 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands. Today is the karmic seal. The 1,000 eyes blinked and the 1,000 hands waved. The fan character suddenly fell, as if passing through the infinite past, the infinite present, and the infinite future. The heart of the past could not be obtained, the heart of the present could not be obtained, and the heart of the future could not be obtained. Once the seal was formed, cause and effect would follow, and the negative karma would arrive, causing the creation and destruction of all things. The 9 heavens de Luohup vibrated and was instantly sent flying from Duanmu Tsang's hands. It transformed into a necklace and hung on the heaven-patrolling bulldog's neck. Today, the print of karma had crushed the territory of the green bull. The power of destruction fell and the enchantment around the altar also collapsed. Lingmu Di's expression changed drastically. The rainbow stone between his eyebrows spun, and the ice fiend heart flame condensed again, turning into a terrifying flower and suddenly shot out. At the same time, the heaven-patrolling bull sensed danger. In a moment of shock, its huge body swayed and a huge green bull-like shadow rushed out from its body. Its eyes were wide with anger as it roared and charged towards the boundless seal. Boom! The sky was shattered and the universe was turned upside down. The entire starry sky turned dark and lightless. Hundreds of altars shattered at the same time, and the entire mountain range collapsed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the midst of the explosion, there was a white light and a loud trembling sound of the profound level weapon. The 9 heavens de Luohup flew out again and expanded to half an acre in size, protecting the Lingmu flute and the heaven-patrolling bullfighting bull within it. It constantly emitted red power and withstood most of the impact of the karma. Bang! That Luo Huan finally reached its limit and burst open. A very deep crack appeared, and then it instantly turned back into a collar shape and hung back on bullfighting's neck. Lingmu Di's gored little King Kong body was once again deformed by the explosion. The golden armor on the heaven-patrolling bulldog was shattered, and the entire iron bull was rolled up by the huge force and thrown into the air. Under the attack, Duanmu Tsang's face instantly lost all color. His entire person became dispirited. The 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands phenomenon disappeared and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot toward the Lingmu flute. They collided in the air and attacked each other. Li Yunxiao, do you want to die? One of them was Dark North Yuan Hai. His face was cold as he shouted. What do you mean, Lord Yuan Hai? Yunxiao sneered. What do you mean? This puppet is mine, and you want to kill me and rob me? Dark North Yuan Hai was at a loss for words. His face darkened as he said coldly, What you say is yours. He stretched out his finger and said, One word, get lost. Otherwise, the other word is death. Die, your sister. Yunxiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The phlegm shot through the air, and its power was no less than that of an ordinary mystic artifact. "You're looking for death." The Dark North Essence Ocean was furious and punched down, shattering the spit. The power of the punch didn't decrease at all, and the entire sky was frozen. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth as he threw out a palm. A wind and fire slash flew out of his palm, instantly splitting the ice fist in half and slashing at it. The Dark North Yuan Sea was furious, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of laughter came from the distance. "Ha ha ha! This divine ox is mine!" A martial artist appeared directly beside the heaven-patrolling bulldog and grabbed its horn with both hands, trying to break it off. Under the karma print, the bull was smashed and its armored body caved in, losing its might. However, it still struggled in anger and kicked out with its front hoof. With a bang, the air exploded and directly hit the martial artist, kicking him back several feet. After the heaven-patrolling bulldog's attack was successful, its eyes shone with a fierce light. Although its body was somewhat deformed, its monstrous ferocity did not decrease at all. Moreover, although the ring on its neck had cracks, it was still flashing with light, and there was a weapon accumulation spreading. The martial artist was shocked and didn't dare to move forward. The patrolling bulldog glared at him fiercely before turning around and running down in the direction of the Lingmu flute. Lingmu Di seemed to have completely fallen into a coma. The deformed body of the gored little guardian deity was suspended in the air, motionless. "Humph. Since you've been chosen by me, don't even think about leaving." A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the martial artist's face, but he was also afraid of the divine bull's power. With a determined look in his eyes, he rushed forward at full speed. A yellow talisman suddenly appeared in his hand, and he cast a few incantation seals into it. With a loud roar, he slapped it at the heaven-patrolling bulldog. A yellow light fell, and with a pa sound, a rune was stuck on the back of the bullfighting. The fighting bull was furious. Just as it was about to show its might, its body trembled. Countless Maha-ancient characters surged out of the yellow talismans and completely bound it. Everyone was shocked. This talisman was the yellow talisman on the evil suppressing steel. The martial artist was not too sure about its effects and had only casually activated it. He did not expect it to have such a miraculous effect. The bull became obedient under the protection of the yellow talisman. The fierce light in its eyes gradually weakened as if it was about to fall asleep. "Haha, if it's mine, then it's mine. No one can take it away." He laughed as he took out a beast-taming bag and put the iron bull into it. He then laughed and said, "My lords, this one still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." "Humph, stay." A cold voice rang out. Feng Shi's long spear was held horizontally, and a cold spear light was thrust out. "Oh, it's the Lord of Beiming Dark Palace. These ownerless items belong to whoever takes them, and only the fated ones can have them." The martial artist sneered and dodged the ice spear with ease. He then appeared in front of Feng Shi with a cold look in his eyes. Feng Shi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The martial artist slapped his palm, and the power of his palm grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. He wanted to dodge, but he found that an invisible force had bound him tightly, and he could not move at all. "What?" He was greatly shocked. That was an extremely powerful pressure, and it was an existence above his realm. "You're so arrogant." Feng Shi's chest was hit, and his internal organs were instantly crushed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell. The man chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Lingmu Di. He sneered, "I'll be taking this bull, and I'll leave the puppet to you guys. Goodbye." He laughed and immediately turned into a stream of light and flew away. Yunxiao's face flickered, and without saying a word, he rushed toward the Lingmu flute. He wanted the sky-patrolling bull very much, but not only did he want the Lingmu flute, he had to have it. Furious, the Dark North Primordial Sea did not know whether to chase or not. But when it saw Yunxiao move, it rushed down and circulated its primordial energy, throwing out a boundless Tao. "Are you crazy? That person killed your subordinate. And you're not chasing after him, but bothering me instead. Xianxia was furious. He transformed into a thunderbolt and unleashed his sword qi at the same time, shattering the phenomenon and sealing the sky and earth as he fled. Dark North Yuanhai's face was extremely gloomy as he shouted, "Get lost for this old man." The origin power in his body instantly erupted, and streams of cold yin qi formed a strong wind outside his body. It spread out in circles, and his entire aura directly rose to an unprecedented peak. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared behind him. It was the second of the 3 moves from beyond the heavens, swift and graceful. This power is so strong. Everyone was shocked, and anger appeared on their faces. At this moment, everyone was injured, but he was getting more and more courageous. On the contrary, Duanmu Tsang's expression was even calmer. He merely looked at everything indifferently and slowly recuperated from his injuries. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said coldly, "Old man, since you're looking for death, I'll send you to heaven first." He was truly angered now. As he formed hand seals with both hands, a brilliant golden light appeared. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and an illusionary figure appeared behind him. The illusionary figure slowly stood up and rose into the clouds. The true fiend Dharma idol also took on a 3-headed, 6-armed form, and a demonic ring appeared around the projection. Demonic qi surged within it, and demonic flames overflowed into the sky. "Ah, you coward!" Not far away, Beifeng Nan's body trembled violently, and his face was filled with horror. His injured divine sense seemed to have been awakened by a sudden stimulation, and he stared at Yunxiao's true fiend Dharma idol with wide eyes in disbelief. Duanmu Tsang also covered his mouth and cried out in shock. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on his face. He too could not believe what he was seeing. "Don't be surprised," Yunxiao said seriously. "This is a demonic divine ability left behind by your big brother." The true fiend Dharma idol had only appeared after Chiaki Imperial Sabermaster had left. The shock on Baiming Nan's face slowly disappeared, but he was still shocked as he muttered to himself, But Ing Luo, his voice gradually became inaudible, because the 2 people in the sky had a monstrous aura. The might of the spirit pressure produced squeezed out an ear-piercing sound in the air, causing people's eardrums to burst. Everyone's expression was ugly as they glared at the 2 of them. 10,000 fuck yous ran through their hearts. It seemed that, in the previous fight, these 2 beasts were the same as the beast who took off the talisman to steal the cow. They were both people who didn't put in any effort and waited to reap the benefits at the end. Yunxiao and Yuanhai naturally sensed the anger of the others, but they pretended not to see it. They just stared at each other coldly, their killing intent growing stronger and stronger. After a brief moment of rage, the Dark North Primordial Sea calmed down. His killing intent toward Yunxiao had never been as strong as it was now. The man in front of him was too talented. He only had the cultivation base of a 7-stars martial sovereign, but his aura was no weaker than his. To be enemies with such a genius, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. "That's strange," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Lord Yuanhai seems to hate me so much that his eyes are bloodshot. Do we have such a big grudge between us?" "There are," Dark North Yuanhai said with a cold voice. "Your talent and achievements are the greatest hatred." Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. The tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. This was a principle that had never changed. Hatred often causes one to fall into eternal damnation. Lord Yuanhai is the best example today. Yunxiao smiled indifferently, the corners of his mouth turning up in a mocking smile. The Dark North Primordial Sea wasn't angry and said calmly, "I understand that young people are proud and arrogant, but wasn't this old man the same back then? I'm so lucky to have met you today. You only have the power of a 7-stars martial emperor. Ha! Taking advantage of your seniority." With a sneer, Yunxiao clenched his fist, and a ball of lightning slowly condensed in his palm, with countless thunder patterns surging on it. He grabbed the thunder hammer with one arm and smashed it down on the ball of lightning. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out and a sea of lightning spread out. Thunder world! Break! Xianxia cried out. The ball of thunder kept splitting up, and like a territory, the entire sky turned blue. The ball of lightning was like a peeled egg. Under the green lightning was a white light, and there was a black line in the white light. The pupils of the dark north primordial sea's eyes contracted as he focused his gaze on the white ball of lightning. The transparent runes kept flashing, and he couldn't see their shape clearly, but they gave him a bad feeling. Mu Jie's eyes turned gray and her body trembled in fear. She cried out, "Purple lightning! It's a wisp of Zifu world-destroying sacred lightning." What? Everyone was shocked. Dark North Yuan Hai's scalp was so numb that it exploded. His eyes widened in anger as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his face. Impossible! I must have seen it wrong. It's fake. Dark North Yuan Hai wiped his cold sweat. Although he didn't believe it logically, he still focused all his attention on his hands, forming all kinds of complicated hand seals and tapping on the ball of lightning. 7 fingers of mysterious een. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 7 finger radiances pierced through the air. Each time, they tore the thunder world apart and pointed into the thunder ball. However, they were all swallowed and there was no reaction at all. Dark North Yuan Hai's eyes narrowed as a sneer appeared on his face. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "1,000 feet of snow!" The spinning ball of lightning suddenly stopped, and a large number of ice runes gushed out of it, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to drop. Boom! The white light in the entire ball shone to the extreme and finally exploded, shooting out 100,000 feet of light. Everyone's vision went blind. In that white trance, it seemed as if a purple shadow had soared into the sky and transformed into a dragon. Roar! In the huge shockwave of the explosion, a huge shadow crossed the sky and charged towards the beaming Yuan Ocean in the white world. However, the power of the shadow was too weak. It was just a dragon, but it was torn apart by the Dark North Yuan Hai's palms and dissipated into light. Humph, it's just an illusion of the purple lightning. A fox exploiting the tiger's might. His voice was filled with disdain, but his heart was filled with shock. To be able to conjure a phantom, it meant that the other party had at least touched the threshold of purple lightning. Perhaps one day he would be able to get the real purple lightning to descend. His figure flickered in the sky, and a cold beam of light bloomed from his hand, stabbing directly at Xianxia's magnificent golden body. The cold light condensed in the air and turned out to be a treasure sword with a cold light shining on the water. To be able to force this old man to use a profound level weapon, you can die with pride. And, what a joke! A sneer appeared on Xianxia's face as he folded his hands in front of him and formed a dragon-shaped mark. Then he grabbed at the sword. What? Empty-handed. It wasn't just the Dark North Essence Ocean. Everyone else's eyes almost popped out. Xianxia's golden hands kept changing incantation gestures in the air. And finally, he clenched his fingers and condensed the sword force in his hands, stopping the sword from advancing any further. The sword trembled violently, and countless sword runes surged up, cutting Xianxia's arm and filling the sky with golden light. However, the wound recovered in an instant, leaving only a faint mark. What? This is Ingluo. What? Yuan Hai was horrified as he suddenly realized that he had miscalculated Xianxia's strength. Xianxia's true combat strength seemed to be even more terrifying than what he had seen. Ha! Xianxia's pupils constricted as he opened his mouth and gave a loud cry. A boundless dragon's might surged over, as if an ancient true dragon had opened its eyes and crossed the endless galaxy to look down. It was the might of the first dragon that he had absorbed from the end of the sky in the Rainland. Yuan Hai was an old man who had been famous for a long time, so Xianxia did not dare to neglect him. Therefore, he attacked with all his killing moves and took the initiative. Beaming Yuan Hai's heart trembled. In his days, he saw the true fiend Dharma idol's 6 arms form hand seals, and a black nebula descended from the sky. Star Jade explosion. Boom, boom, boom. An unparalleled force as vast as the sea poured down. Heaven and earth instantly collapsed, and a wave of magic power rippled through the vast wilderness. The Dark North Primeval Sea instantly pulled back his sword and retreated like a falling leaf. At the same time, the sword spell in his right hand and the fist intent in his left hand condensed two streams of profounding power and slashed down at the incoming star jade explosion. Boom! The terrifying spirit pressure became even more complicated, surging in all directions. Everyone retreated 1,000 meters and looked on in horror. Those martial supremes who were lucky enough to survive, especially those who were heavily injured, cast a complicated glance at the battle before them. They then turned into flowing lights and fled into the distance resolutely. They did not want to get involved in this mess anymore. In an instant, more than half of the martial artists had left, leaving only a few people behind who were still watching the battle with a serious expression. Xianxia sneered. With a divine flame burning on his body, he instantly transformed into a crocodile and pounced on the man. Dark North Yuan Hai's eyes narrowed and he punched out in anger, creating a hole in the crocodile's chest. However, it instantly healed and the crocodile bit down. Damn it! Fuck! The Dark North Yuan Hai cursed and his figure disappeared in a flash, retreating 100 meters. He had just steadied himself when his heart sank, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He saw a formation light being opened up under his feet, followed by a flash of cold air, which turned into an ocean of sword chi. The stars in the sky shone, and suddenly, the sword swept up 1,000 waves. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and they slashed down at him. The Dark North Essence Ocean was shocked. This formation contained endless danger, which made his hair stand on end. He immediately circulated his essence force to try and break the formation. Suddenly, a beam of mirror light shone down. With a flash of yellow light, the entire space froze. Yuan Hai's energy was also suppressed in an instant. He looked up in anger and saw Xianxia holding a mirror above the sea of sword chi. The mirror was covered in a layer of white mist, and there was a faint golden light flashing inside. With his other hand, he turned the sword box and his other forearms quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, more than 30 swords were condensed in the air, dazzling to the eyes. Xiao's face also turned pale under the 36 swords, as if he could not hold on any longer. The silver patterns on the box danced so violently that it was a blur. One chi of Dao Go. His 6 arms suddenly stopped, and a sharp sword talisman appeared. It was like an ancient character of a big Kuan, and every stroke was sharp. If one looked closely, one's eyes would hurt. Swish, swish, swish. The 36 northern heaven cold star swords came crashing down in an instant. The sword talisman even spun in the air like a falling star. Sword light rushed and condensed in the black tortoise star field. The Dark North Yuan Hai was horrified and felt the danger of death for the first time in his life. He looked at the rain of swords in disbelief as if it was the power of the starry sky palace. Behind the rain of swords was a handsome but cold face. There was also a pair of indifferent eyes that did not match his age. He peeked through several times of coldness and stared at the vicissitudes of life. Arg! You! At the moment of life and death, the Dark North Primordial Sea trembled under the gaze of that light, as if a memory had been evoked in his mind. He was instantly scared out of his wits, but he had no time to think. In an instant, he circulated his elemental energy to the extreme, and a grand vision appeared. 3 moves from beyond the heavens swift like a startled swan. Its shape was graceful like a dragon, like the light clouds covering the moon, like the snow returning to the wind. The Dark North Essence Ocean had been immersed in this move for 100 years. At this moment, it poured all its strength into it and instantly entered a state of selflessness, completely becoming one with the move. Swift as a startled swan. With a flash, the figure of the Dark North Primordial Sea disappeared into the white light. The entire sea of swords trembled violently. The 36 northern heaven cold star swords stopped in their tracks. The sword talisman suddenly exploded, and a vast and mighty force swept through the world. Not only did the entire starry sky shatter, but a terrifying force also rushed into the earth vein, causing the entire 2-world mountain range to collapse. Everyone once again retreated in shock, an indescribable fear surging in their hearts. The destructive power shook the sky for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before gradually dissipating. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Xianxia was covered in blood and his face was pale, but his eyes were as clear as water and flickering with a bright light. On the other hand, the dark North Yuan Ocean was spotless and unmoving. Even his long robe didn't move in the night wind. He was like a statue. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they were so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. They only felt that their throats were dry and thirsty. They were all peak experts, so they naturally discovered that the Dark North Primordial Sea was dead with a single glance. Ka! The body of the Dark North Primeval Sea suddenly split apart like a stone statue and turned into dust, dissipating into the sky. Xianxia moved his body slightly and pointed at the air. A beam of green light shot out from between his fingers, and in an instant, a halo opened up in the sky. Lingmu Di was hiding in it. His aura was extremely weak, but he had not lost his mind. He was just looking at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Xianxia ignored him, but turned to the crowd and said slowly, "I'm taking back my puppet. Do you have any objections?" Everyone's hearts trembled, and their eyes narrowed slightly. Although they were afraid, no one was willing to give up the benefits in front of them. Everyone was staring at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Although they had guessed that his combat strength must have been greatly reduced at this moment, and that he was no match for them at all, the terrifying divine ability he had displayed just now had already sent a chill down their spines. Ha, ha, ha. Wuxia suddenly clapped her hands and laughed out loud. This old master has no objections. This puppet originally belonged to young Master Xianxia, and now it's returned to its original owner. That Baiming Yuanhai doesn't deserve to be an old man, and he actually has the intention to kill and rob. He's simply a shameless thief who deceives the world. After a brief moment of shock, Wuxia was the first to react. His secret agreement with Xianxia was to help him seize the calabash little King Kong. He did not do anything at the moment, and for fear that Xianxia would break his promise, he quickly chose a side and made his attitude clear. However, when the others saw his attitude, they felt more disdain and contempt than anger. They all rolled their eyes. Since this puppet belongs to young Master Yun, it's only natural that it should be returned to its original owner. But we've all suffered a lot on the way here, and now you've taken all the good things. How can that be justified? Du Yuqing's face was ashen as he spoke slowly. That's right, Taishu Xieting also said. If we're talking about contributions, this old man feels that Lord Song has made the greatest contribution. After a short rest, Duanmu Song regained some color, but he was still like a lamp without oil. She did not say anything, but the look in her eyes as she looked at Xianxia became extremely strange. The rest of the people also nodded in agreement and stood in a line, huddled together for warmth. I only have one puppet, Xianxia sneered. Do you want me to cut off its limbs and give them to you? The puppet is young Master Yun's, Xieting said. We naturally don't want it. However, leave the reverse soul whip and rainbow stone to us. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said coldly, Why didn't I see anyone stop the person who stole the bull just now to split the benefits? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Without a word, he reached out his 5 fingers and immediately grabbed the gored little King Kong in the air. A light flashed between his eyebrows and he put it away. During the whole process, Lingmu Di's expression was very dejected. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still surrendered. Beifeng Nan's body moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. Great Uncle Xieting's face changed drastically, and anger flashed across his face. He took a step forward and stood in front of Xianxia as he said in a cold voice, Young Master Yun, are you really going to keep all of this to yourself? Xianxia frowned slightly and said, Lord Xieting seems to be very excited. Why didn't you stand up when we were dealing with Lingmu Di? Taishu Xieting snorted disdainfully and said, Isn't young Master Xianxia the same? He's more than 100 times more powerful when he was dealing with the Dark North Sea than when he was dealing with Lingmu Di. Why are you saying this now? Xianxia said coldly, I'm a little tired and want to go home to eat and sleep. Please make way, sir. Taishu Xia eyes turned sinister. He laughed coldly and said, "Since young Master Yunxiao is so insistent on going the wrong way, Xianxia." He squinted his eyes and shot out beams of cold light. He suddenly slapped down with both palms and shouted, "Then go to hell!" Bang! 2 yellow runes flew out of his palms and drifted toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He had a hunch that Taishu Xia would make a move, but he did not expect him to be so decisive. It seemed that this man was also a ruthless character, and he had hidden his strength well before. The 2 yellow runes flashed in the air. One of them had a 7-in-1 exquisite pagoda drawn on it. With a flash of runic light, the light pagoda flew out and instantly grew to a height of 300 meters, supporting the sky and the earth. Yunxiao was taken aback as he said in horror, "This is a Xianxia." The tower of light flickered and pressed down on Yunxiao, pressing him into the ground with a boom. The already collapsed mountain was completely shattered by the impact, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The other yellow talisman flashed with spiritual light and turned into an invisible golden blade of light. It flew around the giant pagoda and then disappeared into the pagoda. A 9th-tier artifact spirit talisman? Wuxia was shocked. Taishu Xia didn't say a word. His face was ashen, but he didn't relax at all. His hands continued to form seals as he flew into the light tower. Suddenly, with a whistling sound, a flame that seemed to come from the 9 serenities hell appeared under the tower inexplicably, burning fiercely. Under the illumination of the flame, everyone's faces kept shaking. It was impossible to see what they were thinking, but their eyes were full of shock. The so-called artifact spirit talisman was the complete extraction of the profound level weapon's power and refining it into a talisman. The advantage of this was that low-level martial artists could activate it without too much consumption of origin power. Moreover, the amount of power was completely dependent on the profound level weapon's power that was extracted. However, the profound level weapon that had been refined into talismans after extracting its power would be completely scrapped. It was already very impressive for an ordinary alchemist to be able to draw out half of the power of a profound level weapon of the same grade, but the weapon spirit transformed by Taishu Xia 2 weapon spirit talismans was almost tangible, containing at least 90% of the power. Inside the light tower, Yunxiao was pressed down by a beam of golden light, which carried the force of a great mountain. Even though his physical body was strong, he had suffered a great loss in the battle with the Dark North Primordial Sea. At this moment, his blood qi was surging and his imperishable golden body was starting to crack and burst out with blood. At this moment, the lower part of his body suddenly felt hot. A flame of the 9 underworld came up and swallowed him directly. The power of the mystical fire was extremely cold and strange, and it seeped into his skin directly. Ah! An immense pain spread throughout his body. His golden skin was completely flipped over, and he was badly mangled. Yunxiao's face was twisted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "The water element of the world!" Blue water elemental power gushed out of his body to expel the flame. The 9 underworld flames transformed into a venomous snake, flicking its tongue as it charged down. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the water energy between heaven and earth condensed into a giant spirit, which then threw a punch. Boom! The power of water and fire exploded in front of him, and the terrifying power scattered in all directions, loosening the suppression force within the light tower. At that moment, Yunxiao's pupils constricted as a yellow beam of light flashed in the terrifying force and slashed down as fast as lightning. Swish! The light tower's extremely strong suppressive power made his movements slow. He couldn't dodge in time and his head was directly cut off. However, there was no blood at the place where the head was cut off. Instead, there were circles of lightning. The head that flew out opened its eyes wide in anger, and it was completely livid with lightning. Taishu Xia, I will kill you. With a roar, Yunxiao's head turned into a flash of lightning and returned to his neck. A sharp sword qi surged up in his hand and turned into a sword force, pushing away the suppressing force. A cold glint shot out from his eyes as he looked at the light blade that was flying towards him again. He raised his hand. The sword let out an excited sound, and sword intent gushed out. In an instant, Yunxiao became the center of a nebula of sword qi. The sharp sword energy was mighty even though it was not angry, and it spread out in all directions, hitting the entire light tower. This feeling, that's so good, Xinjin. The moment he held the star obliteration, his entire heart calmed down, and the world became clear. Although the divine sword was damaged, its weapon essence was still there. This Star Destroyer sword was formed by sword intent and was the incarnation of a sword technique. Countless star runes surged out from the sword. In an instant, the sword essence circulated in the entire light tower, and the countless sword runes flashed like starlight. The light tower suddenly trembled. Taishu Xieting seemed to have noticed something strange, and he frowned. He pondered for a moment and made hand seals again. All kinds of strange hand seals were sent into the tower. He also threw out dozens of yellow talismans of various kinds, which circled in the air like a giant ring. All of a sudden, the countless stars in the sky flickered and then disappeared. The entire sky and land fell into dead silence in an instant. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. In the world they were in, only the light tower was still emitting a dim light, and the 9 underworld flames were still burning. The stars in the sky disappeared like the moonlight, as if they had never appeared. The whole world was dark. This is a Xianxia. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock because they had already sensed an unparalleled sword intent shooting out from the light tower. Before the sword qi had even risen, the sword intent had arrived. Gulp! He could only hear the sound of swallowing saliva, but it was still difficult to moisten his dry throat. Everyone's palms were covered in cold sweat. This kind of ability that could change the world and directly affect the operation of the sun, moon, and stars was almost a divine skill. Taishu Xieting's face instantly turned pale. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat rolled down his face, and he was terrified. Bai Haodong seemed to have recalled something, and his expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Divine Sword Star Destroyer! The divine sword is in his hands." What? Everyone was shocked. The incident in New Yen City could be considered to have shocked the world. The last grand treasure, the Star Destroyer, had been robbed and its whereabouts were unknown. The entire merchant union had issued an order to pursue them, and they were looking for clues all over the world. Du Yuqing was shocked. It said that the supernova divine sword contains a sword intent left behind by Gu Feiyong. Is it true? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all retreated 100 meters. Even Beifong Nen seemed to have sensed something and followed the crowd to retreat. Duanmu Cong's eyes flickered as if he had recovered a lot of energy. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that I can recreate Gu Feiyong's sword technique?" Everyone's words reached Taishu Xieting's ears. A cold chill ran up his spine, and his whole body was cold. Are you kidding me? The intent of Gu Feiyong's sword. He only felt his scalp go numb and about to explode. Although he sensed that the light tower wasn't that terrifying, everyone's emotions had already affected him. Finally, he couldn't bear the huge psychological pressure. He gritted his teeth and threw down the light tower, flying into the distance. Boom! The moment he withdrew his hand, the entire light tower suddenly exploded. It was like an epiphyllum blooming in the dark night, blooming the most beautiful flower of its life. Endless light shot out in all directions like shooting stars. In the midst of the sparks and meteors, a ray of sword light crossed the ancient starry sky. He would travel through the distant past, cut the present, and cut into the future. The light of the sword seemed to have evolved to the extreme of swordsmanship, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Taishu Xieting was already drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the sword light was not as powerful as he had imagined, especially after breaking the light blade and light tower. There was not much power left. Evil Wind Atlas. He threw out a yellow talisman and it spread out in the air. It connected the heaven and earth, turned into a river, and separated the world. The flood river was instantly split apart by the sword radiance, and all the phenomena disappeared. The sword's momentum did not decrease as it directly descended. Taishu Xieting's pupils contracted. He no longer had the fear he had before. He let out a loud roar, and his body glowed brightly. A yellow armor flew out and grew in size in the air. Bang! The armor was pierced through in an instant, and the sword Qi suddenly slashed at the Emperor Qi around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. However, it was only so and did not endanger his life. This sword momentum looks good, but its power is limited. Strange. Du Yuqing touched his chin and looked like he was in deep thought as he muttered to himself. Bai Haodong frowned. Perhaps it's been too long. The power has been used up. After all, this sword is a defective product. Du Yuqing also nodded gently. That's right. The strength of that sword intent is almost the evolution of the ultimate martial arts. It's amazing. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when the three swords combine into one. Tai Shu Xiating's life was spared, and he felt a sense of relief after surviving the disaster. He roared ferociously, "You dare to scare me? This old man wants you dead." Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a flash of three-colored light in the sky. It was like a rainbow coming from the sky. It turned into a mini three-colored mountain in front of him and directly fell down. That's Ing Luo. Beifeng Nan's body trembled. His eyes filled with shock. A heavy-type profound weapon. Ha ha. Showing off in front of an expert. Tai Shu Xiating laughed wildly. The muscles on his right arm suddenly burst open, becoming several times thicker. It was covered with scales, and the veins were like old tree branches coiling around his arm. Arm of a Hercules? Mu Jie was stunned for a moment before her expression returned to normal. This old man has cultivated the strongman's arm, and has reached great completion. Tai Shu Xiating laughed evilly. He suddenly opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at the tricolored small mountain. Pangu muscular arm. Boom! A tricolored light flashed on the small mountain. Endless earth elements pressed down, and the space collapsed instantly. Bang! As soon as Tai Shu Xiating's arm touched the small mountain, his falling momentum was stopped, and his entire arm swelled up more than twice in an instant. What? Boom! Tai Shu Xiating was so shocked that he lost all feeling in his arm. Then, the small mountain fell on his body, and he lost consciousness. In front of everyone's eyes, they saw the mountain fall and instantly crush his entire body, turning him into pieces in the air. Ah! At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open and they were completely petrified. Even Duanmu Tsang's beautiful eyes narrowed, and he was completely stunned. With a flash of lightning in the sky, Yun Xiao flew over. A white light flickered on his body as he put away the small mountain. He was also shocked. He didn't know how heavy the three-colored mountain was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on unless he controlled it with his spiritual energy. The people below all looked at him with pale faces, as if their elemental energy consumption was even greater than his. Gulp! Muyu swallowed his saliva and said resentfully, "What kind of kasaya was that mountain peak just now?" "It's just a small thing," Yun Xiao said, pretending to be calm. "It's not worthy of being called a grand item." Hee. What a good little thing. Bai Haodong's eyes flickered as he said, "Young Master Yun Xiao, you're really lucky. The finale item of the Myriad Treasure Store's auction, the Star Destroyer Sword, is in your hands. Now, you've taken the treasure of the Two-World Mountain." The others also looked at him with envy and jealousy. "What?" Yun Xiao said coldly. "Are you jealous, Brother Haodong? Do you want to end up like Great Uncle Xie Ting in the Beiming Primordial Sea?" Bai Haodong smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Yun Xiao is unrivaled. He killed 2 experts in a row. This is simply unbelievable. I don't believe that you can kill me now." "You said you don't believe me, Brother Haodong," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "But you're still very afraid of me." "I don't deny it, especially the hill where you killed Tai Shu Xiating." Bai Haodong laughed. "Moreover, young Master Yun Xiao seems to have an endless stream of divine arts, which is really frightening." "What do you mean, Brother Haodong?" Yun Xiao asked. Bai Haodong looked at the rest of the people and said, "It depends on everyone's opinion. If I'm the only one doing this, I'll definitely not do it. But if we're united, this old man might want a share of the loot." The rest of them looked at each other. to be able to survive a series of tests, and even hold on until now, they had some confidence in themselves. But at this moment he was hesitant and indecisive. They had all seen Xianxia's divine ability just now, but they would definitely win if they joined forces. But there were still two key problems. One was how much benefits he could get. No one would do something without any benefits, let alone risk their lives. The second was whether they could kill Xianxia completely. Once they did, a grudge would be formed. With his talent and strength, if he wanted to take revenge in the future, no one would be able to stop his anger. Thinking about these two questions, everyone's expression changed slightly, as if it was not worth it. Young Master Xianxia is invincible, and that puppet originally belonged to you. Naturally, it should belong to you. I have no intention of fighting for it. An early-stage 9-star martial emperor finally spoke slowly. The rest of the people also chimed in and praised him, indicating that they did not have such thoughts. Xianxia smiled faintly. It seems that all of you are reasonable people. Since you are not interested, please. He did not move and made a gesture to see the guest out. Everyone's face twitched. They knew it was meaningless to stay, so they cupped their fists and left one by one. Bai Haodong also greeted him with a smile before he turned into a red light and disappeared into the sky. There were only 4 people left in the field. Xianxia turned his eyes and said with a smile, "Lord Song, seeing that you're not saying a word, your thoughts are very different." Duanmu Song's eyes flickered and said, "I do have some thoughts and would like to discuss them with young Master Xianxia. But I don't have anything to talk to you about, Lord Song," Xianxia said. "I'm sorry." Duanmu Song smiled. "What a willful boy. Someone's looking for you. As for who it is, you'll meet him soon." Xianxia frowned slightly and said coldly, "Are you done? If you're done, then leave." Duanmu Song was taken aback. His large eyes blinked twice and he said with a smile, "Why are you not curious at all? It doesn't seem like the mentality of a young man at all." "First," Xianxia said, "you won't tell me even if I'm curious. Second, since we're going to meet soon, I can wait." Duanmu Song smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You have many secrets, and I'm also very interested in you. However, I can also wait. We will meet again." She blinked her eyes, chuckled, and turned into a faint fluorescent light, disappearing under the starry night. Xianxia's eyebrows rose as he fell into deep thought. Duanmu Song's words seemed to have a deep meaning. Seeing that he was entranced, Wuxia called out to him softly, "Young Master Xianxia." Xianxia came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Is Lord Wuxia waiting to fulfill her promise?" Wuxia chuckled and said, "We've agreed to exchange the wondrous spiritual eyes for the Xianxia containing the secret of puppets. Although I took this puppet back myself," Xianxia said, "Lord Mu, you did me a small favor. I'm very willing to exchange it." He took out a blank jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and used his divine sense to imprint the formation process of the gourd little King Kong. However, he naturally did not mention the ice fiend Heartflame. Wuxia was overjoyed. She also took out a rusty round discus that looked like a piece of scrap iron. The two exchanged for a while, and after checking each other, their expressions changed slightly. Wuxia was completely stunned as she said, "That puppet swan and I is a half-beast, half-tool swan and I." A trace of anger appeared on her face, as if she had been played. Xianxia gave him an indifferent look and said, "What, a half-beast, half-artifact is already unprecedented. If we continue to research it, we'll definitely have a major breakthrough. On the other hand, the wondrous spirit eyes inheritance that Lord Wuxia gave me is the Xianxia." His face immediately darkened, and anger flashed through his eyes. "It's incomplete. The cultivation stages inside are all nonsense. It's impossible. Hee. Only then did Wuxia reveal a trace of smugness and said, "Who said it's impossible? Didn't this old man refine it? I can guarantee that this cultivation technique is completely real. After all, it's a divine skill, so how can it be measured by ordinary divine abilities?" "Let's talk about the first important trial," Xianxia snorted coldly. "You have to use the energy of gold spirit to blind your eyes. Won't you be blinded instantly?" Not bad, you'll go blind once you touch it. The flesh on Mu Jie's face twitched, as if she was a little afraid. When he saw Yunxiao looking at him in confusion, he chuckled and said miserably, "Do you think that my eyes are real?" His eyes turned and shot out a strange light. There were countless tiny runes flashing on them. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath, and his face changed as he said in horror, You are faking it." Mu Jie then turned her eyes away and returned to her normal appearance. She laughed and said, "That's right. As you said, the wondrous spiritual eyes is a divine ability cultivated by a God realm expert. We are only 9 heavens martial sovereigns, so we can't fulfill those requirements. This old man's eyes were at the very first trial, and I was blinded by the metal spiritual energy. But later, I came up with an idea and thought of using a fake eye instead. Finally, my efforts paid off and I made some small achievements. This pair of eyes is no different from real eyes now." Yunxiao's scalp tingled when he heard that. It was impossible for him to blind himself and change to a bunch of false eyes to cultivate. It seemed that he could no longer cultivate the magical spirit eyes, or he had to find another way. Mu Jie chuckled and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, as long as you agree to join my Mu clan and fight in the martial arts competition for the MU clan, this old man will definitely personally get you a pair of false eyes. Otherwise, even if I tell you the method to refine these false eyes, you won't be able to find many of the precious materials." Yunxiao's face turned pale. It was impossible for him to blind his eyes and change them into a pair of false eyes. "Let's put this matter aside for now. I'll think of a way to obtain the wondrous spirit eyes technique. However, I'm interested in the MU clan's puppet techniques. If my lord can teach me a thing or two, I can consider the matter of the martial arts competition." Mu Jie raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Isn't that great? The MU family's divine arts can only be cultivated by the MU family's descendants. Young Master Yunxiao's marriage to the MU family is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You'll win the martial arts competition, cultivate divine abilities, and return with a beauty in your arms." Ahem. Cough. Yunxiao coughed and said, "If that's the case, let me think about it. Don't tell me that the MU family's surname, beauty, and magical powers aren't enough to attract young Master Yun?" Mu Jie said unhappily. His face was full of anger and dissatisfaction. Yunxiao's face darkened. "We'll talk about this later. Let's leave this place first. I'm afraid someone from the Biming family will come soon," he said. "All right, I'll come and find you again," Mu Yu said. He turned his gaze and flew away in a stream of light. The entire Two-World Mountain had been destroyed and had become a barren land. Beiji and Nanji stood in the sky in a daze, silently watching everything. "Senior, what are you doing?" Yunxiao asked. Biming Nan's face twisted slightly, looking extremely ugly as he said, "I have nowhere to go, so I'll just follow you. I've used up a lot of my soul power, and I'm afraid I can't live for long. Besides, Lord Lingmu Di is with you." Peculiar expression appeared on his face. "That's good," Yunxiao said. "I also have a lot of things to ask you, Senior." Bei Xiaonan turned his neck and replied with a soft hum. Yunxiao wanted him to go into the Divine Realm tablet, but he felt that it was a little inappropriate. So he said, "Senior, why don't you change your appearance to avoid attracting too much attention?" "All right," said Bei Xiaonan. He made a hand seal, and a white light gushed out of his body. His whole body changed. His festering body became smooth as fat in an instant, and his face was like jade. He was wrapped in a white robe, and his exquisite facial features were carved into a beautiful face. Even Yunxiao's eyes froze as he exclaimed, "Just cover it up a little. There's no need to make it so handsome." "This is how I originally looked like," said Bei Xiaonan. "It's still very eye-catching even if you make it so handsome," Yunxiao said. "It's still very easy to attract people's attention. Why don't I turn back into a zombie?" "No, I won't." Biming Nan refused. "You'll be responsible if anything goes wrong," Yunxiao said angrily. Suddenly, a light flashed in the dark. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he dodged to the side. A ray of light streaked across. Even with his escape technique, he was unable to dodge in time. His entire right hand was instantly cut off and flew into the sky. Beifeng Nan's expression changed drastically as he slashed out with his Xianxia sword. With a bang, the sword struck a certain spot in the air, causing a bright light to flash. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, and a man's figure appeared. He held a strange crescent-shaped hook in his hand, and the hook was shining with a strange luster. "It's you!" Yunxiao's face flickered as he clutched his broken arm with his left hand. His face was extremely unsightly, and large beads of cold sweat broke out from his forehead in pain. That person was the one who took off the talisman to steal the bull. He didn't run away, but hid nearby. He sneered and said, "The world-shaking young Master Yun Xiao lost an arm in a moment of carelessness. TSK, what a humiliation." He reached out his left hand and grabbed Yun Xiao's broken arm. Looking at the few big rings on his fingers, he chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, but that strange puppet is also mine." "Oh, really?" Yun Xiao's pained expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by a relaxed one. And there was even a contemptuous sneer on his face. "What?" The man's entire body trembled, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He suddenly looked down and realized that the broken arm in his hand had turned into green lightning. It condensed in the middle and turned into a ball of lightning with countless lightning runes flashing on it. Yun Xiao had already performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and he said, "Explode!" Boom! The ball of lightning exploded in an instant, turning into countless bolts of lightning that shot in all directions. Under the explosion of lightning, a figure in battle armor retreated. The silver armor had lost all its light from the explosion of the ball of lightning. It was like an iron armor that protected the man's entire body. The man's head was charred black, and he was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His exposed skin was also cracked in many places. It was obvious that the lightning might had directly blasted into his body and injured him. Yun Xiao sneered and said sarcastically, "Rat, you went for wool and came home shorn. Are you a clown invited by the monkey?" The lightning on his right shoulder flashed, and another arm was formed. However, his face was even paler. The repeated battles had completely overwhelmed him. Bai Mingnen looked at Yun Xiao with a surprised look in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Cough, cough, cough. The man coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood with each cough. After coughing out more than a dozen mouthfuls, he took a deep breath and hurriedly took out a large number of medicinal pills and swallowed them like beans. Only then did his face become slightly ruddy. But the fear in his eyes did not diminish at all. He stared at Yun Xiao with hatred, gritted his teeth, and said, "Spirit body? You actually have a lightning spirit body among the 5 elements." His voice was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yun Xiao frowned. He had heard of the 5 elements spirit body, which was an extremely special existence among divine bodies. Its characteristics were the same as the spiritualization of the 5 elements, which made it almost immortal. He raised his hand and looked at his newly grown arm, deep in thought. Ever since he had mastered the thunder art, although he could turn into thunder and lightning at will and be indestructible by 10,000 swords, he had not been as abnormal as he was now. It was only when little Qing planted a purple lightning seed in his body that his lightning arts, which had reached the peak of its mastery, improved a step further. Only then did he have the characteristics of a spirit body that was close to the 5 elements. Phew! Luckily I have a lightning spirit body. Yun Xiao heaved a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. Tisk, damn it! The man gritted his teeth in jealousy and said, "I've never heard of an innate spirit body. You must have the secret of this kind of divine power." Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Well, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. When I was young, I would bleed if I just used a knife to cut my hand. Ever since I started cultivating that lightning god art, I no longer do that. TSK, it's really magical." The man was so jealous that he was about to explode. He roared, "Hurry! Hurry up and give me the spell's essence." "I can give it to you," Yun Xiao said. "Where's the heaven-patrolling bulldog?" The man's expression changed slightly, and his jealousy gradually dissipated. He regained his clarity and mumbled, "You want to use the divine art essentials to exchange for my heaven-patrolling bull? Yours?" "All right," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "Yours. Yes, that's what happened." "That's a true spirit being," the man said coldly. "Do you think it's worth it for a mere technique manual?" "It's all up to you whether it's worth it or not," Xianxia said. "A spirit body is almost immortal, not to mention that I'm cultivating the extremely lethal thunder body. Whether I want it or not is all up to you." The man fell silent. He could also see that Xianxia was an arrow at the end of its flight at the moment, and Baiming Nan's soul was also seriously injured. He had a great chance of winning. But the divine ability might not be with Xianxia. If he searched Lao AI's soul by force, he seemed to be a ninth-tier alchemist, Lao AI. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Okay, but you have to prove that the key to the divine power is on you." With a faint smile, Xianxia took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then branded the first half of the thunder art into it and threw it over. "You can check it yourself. However, I also want you to prove that the patrolling bulldog is still on you." The man caught the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes, but he was more overjoyed. He immediately replied, "All right," he said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a wind bag was released. A silver light shot out and turned into the shape of the heaven-patrolling bulldog. That divine talisman was stuck to the bull's back, transforming into tens of thousands of talismans that covered its entire body. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break away. "Record all the divine arts and this green bull is yours," the man said. Xianxia smiled as he took out another blank jade slip, imprinted all the thunder incantations on it, and threw it over. The man caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately revealed a look of joy and couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia's face was calm. After looking at him and laughing for a while, he said, "How is it?" The man's face revealed a trace of gloominess. He licked his lips and chuckled. "Young Master Xianxia is indeed a man of his word. You've given me such a shocking divine power so easily. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" "Are you sure?" Xianxia smiled indifferently. "Will you?" The man's face gradually froze as he said, "I will." He stretched out his hand and grabbed the windbag. The heaven-patrolling bulldog was immediately sucked into the windbag. In a flash, it disappeared from his hand. Then, he glanced at Xianxia and said in surprise, "Young Master Xianxia, you look very calm." "It's all right," Xianxia said with a smile. "I've seen all kinds of birds in this big forest. However, I'm very curious about your identity. So why don't you tell me? I'll take that sacred art as a way to buy your identity." The man nodded. "This is a good deal. I'm Taishu Jingrong. What's your relationship with Taishu Xieting?" Xianxia was taken aback. "What's your relationship with him?" A strange look flashed across Taishu Jingrong's eyes. He snorted, "That's my big brother." He sneered and said, "It's a pity that he's not strong enough and was crushed by young Master Yunxiao's divine mountain. This is his fate." There was no trace of hatred in his eyes. On the contrary, his face was full of disdain, and his eyes lit up as he said, "If that's the case, young Master Yun Xiao must have a lot of good things on him. I'm also very interested in that three-colored divine peak." "All right," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I'll give it to you. Exchange. You still want to exchange for my heaven-patrolling bulldog?" Taishu Jingrong laughed strangely. "No, I won't." "No." Yun Xiao shook his head and chuckled. "This time I'll exchange it for your life." The sky suddenly became silent, and the atmosphere began to become strange. Taishu Jingrong's smiling eyes gradually turned dark as he coldly said, "Li Yunxiao, do you really think you are invincible? After killing the Dark North Sea and my useless brother, do you still have the strength to deal with me?" Yunxiao said with a calm face, "How would you know if you don't try? Maybe you'll kill him. You're looking for death." Taishu Jingrong's eyes turned cold and his figure disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, a beam of light flew over and instantly cut Yunxiao in half. Yunxiao's upper body suddenly turned into a thunderbolt, and his hands were like claws as he pinched Tai Shu Jing Rong's shoulders. He chuckled and said, "I've caught you." There was a flash of light between his brows, and a three-colored divine peak flew out instantly. Tai Shu Jing Rong sucked in a breath of cold air. He was scared out of his wits. The three-colored light on the divine peak flashed, giving off an unparalleled pressure. Furthermore, he had personally witnessed his big brother being smashed to pieces by this thing. But at this moment, his shoulders were clenched by Xianxia, and he could not move at all. "Little bastard, go to hell!" Great Uncle Jing Rong roared and kicked at Xianxia. The space was blasted open, and with a loud bang, Yunxiao's upper body was shattered. Only then did he spin his long hook. A slashing power condensed and slashed towards the God Mountain. Boom! A huge force bounced back, forcing Tai Shu Jing Rong to retreat 1,000 feet. The qi and blood in his body were turbulent, but he was not injured. The three-colored mountain paused in the air for a moment before Yunxiao's figure condensed above it. He clenched his 5 fingers and caught the mountain in his palm, then slowly rotated it. At this moment, his palm was covered in a dense light that emitted a solemn aura. It was the power of spirit. Although it was extremely difficult to drag the divine mountain, it was still within the acceptable range. Tai Shu Jing Rong's eyes were filled with horror. Although the three-colored holy mountain was not as powerful as he had imagined, it was indeed hundreds of millions of jin in weight. It was not something that ordinary people could bear. Tai Shu Xiating had underestimated his enemy and used his body to resist, which had led to his body exploding upon contact. Looking at Yunxiao's relaxed expression, Great Uncle Jing Rong's face turned extremely gloomy, and his eyes were filled with hesitation. Baiming Nen also looked at the tricolored mountain with a complicated expression, as if he was in a daze. Tsk. Didn't my lord want this divine mountain? I'm giving it to you. Why are you hiding? Yunxiao grinned hideously. Humph. Tai Shu Jing Rong's face darkened as he snorted, his eyes flashing with killing intent. All of a sudden, the three of them frowned at the same time and involuntarily raised their heads to look up into the sky. Ripples spread out in the sky, and the power to twist space was tearing it apart. Boom! A deep hum came from within the ripple, and then a cold air spread out, and several figures appeared in the air. There was a total of 9 people, and all of them exuded the aura of high-level martial sovereigns. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces. At the forefront was an old man with a black face that exuded a fierce light. Beside him was an old woman with silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. She looked like a pond with many twists and turns, gloomy and terrifying. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Oh no! It's them! After a moment of shock, Tai Shu Jing Rong's eyes turned and revealed a happy expression. He said loudly, "Are you Baiming Dark Palace's Tianshang and Difu elders?" The old woman's wrinkled eyes slowly sparkled as she coldly said, "Who are the 3 of you? What happened to the Two-World Mountain? Where are the others?" "I'm from the Tai Shu family, and I have a good relationship with your sect," Tai Shu Jing Rong quickly said. "The Two-World Mountain has been destroyed, and the rest of the people either died or left. Your sect's Lord Baiming Yuan Hai has been killed by this kid." "What?" The 9 people in the sky were all shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. A strong killing intent gathered in their eyes, and 9 sharp gazes shot down like sword beams. "Is this true? Die!" The old woman shouted in a shrill voice. The sound waves in the air turned into waves of pressure and pressed down on the 3 of them. Afraid that Yunxiao would deny it, Great Uncle Jing Rong quickly said, "I saw this with my own eyes. Not only Lord Baiming Yuan Hai, but the rest of the Baiming Dark Palace couldn't escape from his hands. He was clearly the one who killed Fang Shi, but now he was trying to pin the blame on Yunxiao as well. Compared to the Dark North Primordial Ocean, Fang Shi was just a small figure, so he wouldn't be able to investigate these 9 people in a short time." Yunxiao admitted generously, "I did kill that old man from the Dark North Primordial Sea, and I also killed many other people from the Dark North Dark Palace. However, the treasure of the Two-World Mountain, the Heaven Patrolling Bulldog, has been taken by this Lord Jing Rong. Please don't let him go. Yunxiao chuckled as he stared coldly at Taishu Jingrong. When the people of Baiming Dark Palace heard that, their faces turned as cold as water, but when they heard that there was a treasure of borderline mountain behind them, their faces changed slightly, and they turned their eyes directly from Yunxiao. Taishu Jingrong knew that this was bad. As expected, 9 pairs of eyes fell on him. He felt as if there was a dagger on his back, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. My lords, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. He's famous for having a loose tongue. Even the dead can be brought back to life by his words. Taishu Jingrong wiped his cold sweat and explained hurriedly. The old woman's brows furrowed as she revealed a suspicious expression. The old man snorted coldly and said, "All 3 of them can stay. We'll find out if they're real or not after we check." Taishu Jingrong's face turned pale. His change of expression fell into the eyes of hurt heaven and wounded earth. They all sneered. A secret voice suddenly rang in Yunxiao's ear. "Young Master Yunxiao, the current situation is critical. Why don't we work together to break out of it? After we escape, we can settle our grudges. As the saying goes, brothers fight against each other, while the enemy is outside." It was Taishu Jingrong, who secretly sent a voice transmission to Yunxiao. He glanced at him indistinctly. Yunxiao smiled faintly, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he said in a clear voice, "The 2 elders hurt Sky and lay prone. Just now, this person sent me a voice transmission saying that he wanted to join forces with me to break out of this situation and escape from this place." "You coward!" Taishu Jingrong's expression changed drastically, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He almost exploded in anger as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, you deserve to die. Yes, you are Li Yunxiao." The old man's eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. The old woman was also stunned for a moment, and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. But her eyes quickly fell on Taishu Jingrong, and she said with a ferocious voice, "You're the one who's not honest." Taishu Jingrong's expression changed. He put 2 fingers together and a yellow talisman appeared. With a bang, his body slowly disappeared. "Humph! Such a small trick. Disgraceful." The old woman laughed coldly and pointed her finger down as well. A sound wave appeared in the air, making the entire space jump on the same frequency. The sound wave swept past the place where Taishu Jingrong was, and his body, which had become transparent, became clear. Taishu Jingrong's face turned ashen and his eyes were filled with despair. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. "I'm willing to hand over the patrolling bullfighting bull to the 2 elders, and I hope that you can spare my life." The Taishu family and the Baiming family have been on good terms for generations, and they have a deep relationship. Everyone was stunned. This shameless person took advantage of the situation and was very quick-witted. Hurt Heaven and Hurt Earth originally wanted to kill him, but now they were a little embarrassed to make a move. Yunxiao sneered. "There are at least 1,000 forces that have a good relationship with the Baiming family. The 2 elders Hurt Heaven and Hurt Earth are famous in Baiming Dark Palace. How would they know about a small sect like yours?" "Right, what Taishu family? I've never heard of it." The old woman's eyes flashed with ridicule as she coldly said, "As for the patrolling bulldog, it originally belonged to the 2-World Mountain, and the 2-World Mountain has always been the territory of the Baiming Dark Palace. As for whether you're dead or alive, seal the origin energy in your dantian first, then kneel to the side. I'll deal with you after I kill Li Yunxiao. You mayflies deserve to die. Does Baiming Dark Palace think that they are invincible?" Taishu Jingrong exploded with anger. Although he could bend and stretch, no one could seal his dantian and become a fish on the chopping board, leaving his life and death in the hands of others. Moreover, the conditions were too humiliating. If he knelt at the side and waited for his punishment, his martial heart would probably collapse. "Ha ha ha!" Yunxiao could not help but laugh and said, "Lord Jingrong, I think this condition is quite good. You can consider agreeing to it. After all, you still have a chance to live. Unlike me, I'm already on the kill list. TSK, TSK. It's so infuriating to compare people. I'm so jealous." Tai Shu Jingrong's face darkened as he said coldly, Li Yunxiao, although I don't know where you get your confidence from, you must have a life-saving plan to be so calm and composed. I hope we can be honest with each other and join hands to fight against the enemy. Treat Xinjin with honesty. Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, Why do I have a weird and funny feeling when you say that? Tai Shu Jingrong's face turned slightly red. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to offer the heaven-patrolling bulldog with both hands. He knew that he had lost all his credibility, so he made a prompt decision and threw the windbag at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a strange look. When he took the windbag and saw that the heaven-patrolling bulldog was indeed in it, he could not help but secretly admire Tai Shu Jingrong. Although this person was cunning, scheming, and despicable, he was decisive and did not drag things out. When he saw that the situation was not right, he would immediately turn around. He could be considered a treacherous hero. Good. As long as you can trap one of them, I'll deal with the rest. Yunxiao put away the windbag and agreed. He had already planned to release all the experts in the Divine Realm tablet to kill the enemies. Except for Bai Ming Nan, the rest of them were all sentenced to death in his heart, including Tai Shu Jingrong. If it weren't for the 9 men from Bai Ming Dark Palace, Tai Shu Jingrong would have been turned into ashes by now. Tai Shu Jingrong was stunned for a moment, but then he said with great joy, Just trapping them? If you have the ability to kill one, Yunxiao said coldly, that would be great. Young Master Yunxiao, you think too highly of me, Tai Shu Jingrong said. Even though I'm quite famous for my ability to hurt the heavens and lay the earth, I'm confident that I can still trap one person for a while. Haha. Trap one of us? It's too difficult. The old man sneered, and his face was full of killing intent. Tai Shu Jingrong directly raised his middle finger and said in disdain, Just now, this king just didn't want to hurt the harmony between the two families, so I gave you face and tactfully asked for peace. Unfortunately, your intelligence is limited. Do you really think you are invincible? I'll spit. Damn you. The old man was furious and shouted, I'll tear you apart first. His body flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Tai Shu Jingrong and struck down with his palm. The palm created a powerful gust of wind, and the surrounding area was instantly frozen by the frosty yin qi. No matter what kind of cultivation technique the Bai Ming family's experts practiced, almost all of them were related to the Outworld Darkstone. All of them carried an extremely strong profound yin qi, which was extremely cold. Tai Shu Jingrong was startled and hurriedly raised the long hook in front of him to block the attack. He touched the hook with his finger, and a talisman bounced up, rippling and forming a solid defensive barrier. Bang! The old man's palm slammed down, and the wind from his palm directly pressed on the long hook. In an instant, the power of the barrier collapsed, and a layer of frost condensed on the entire hook. With a crack sound, it bent directly. Tai Shu Jingrong was shocked. He didn't know if it was because of fear or the cold yin qi that entered his body, but he felt cold all over. He hurriedly formed an incantation gesture with his left hand, and a strange talisman was pinched between his fingers. Suddenly, the Tao turned into 1, 1 into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into countless swan and eye. In an instant, the sky was filled with dancing talismans, like a tornado, layer upon layer, countless. The old man suddenly fell into a world of talismans. In his anger, he increased the strength of his hand. With a bang, the long hook was broken, and several sharp lights burst out in all directions. Tai Shu Jingrong's eyes didn't even blink. He didn't seem to be moved at all. He quickly formed a hand seal with one hand. Finally, he formed a strange handprint and pressed it down. The dancing heavenly crane manual. The talismans that filled the sky were like butterflies flapping their wings. They swarmed up and attached themselves to the old man's body with a continuous pa-pa-pa sound. Under the stacking of countless talismans, they immediately turned into a cocoon and wrapped him tightly. Old ghost! The old woman in the sky let out a cry of surprise. Her eyes revealed a look of anger and horror. Her figure flashed and she rushed down. At this moment, Tai Shu Jingrong's right hand was forming a seal while his left hand was pointing forward. One seal after another flew into his hand. Those talismans kept on flipping around with a pa-pa-pa-pa sound, as if they could be flipped off at any time. When Tai Shu Jing Rong saw the old woman's attack, he was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Young Master Yun!" A ray of sword light came from the sky and streaked across the talismans that filled the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the sky and the old woman's body appeared. She looked at the handsome face in the distance in shock and anger. Yun Xiao also turned his head in surprise. With the Star Destroyer in his hand, he had already prepared his sword, but he was not the one making the move. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" "I've recovered a little. This old woman is very strong. You go first, I'll bring up the rear," Beimang Nen said with a calm expression. The eternal imperial sword in his hand flickered with a cold black light, and a trace of green poison qi lingered around it. "It's not very good to sacrifice yourself for others, is it? It's fine. I don't have much soul power left. I won't be able to live for long anyway. It shouldn't be a problem to delay a little time for you to leave." TSK. This moral character is impeccable, but I'll be embarrassed. My era is over, and I'm a person who should die. The current realm of heavenly martial arts is your era. Since Big Brother acknowledges you, I acknowledge you as well. It's worth it to make use of some of my remaining strength before I die, Beifeng Nen said indifferently. His aura continued to rise, and the eternal imperial sword in his hand began to play a happy tune. Tai Shu Jing Rong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shouted, "Li Yun Xiao, one must be honest. If you leave, you'll be a despicable and shameless villain. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." His entire body was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, all of his heart and mind were focused on controlling the talisman manual. If he lost control, he would definitely be shaken away by the old man and hurt himself. So, he was now in a difficult position and did not dare to move. His only way out was for Yun Xiao to finish off the rest of the people and save him before he ran out of energy. "You want to leave?" "No way," the old woman shouted. "Attack! Kill these two, whether they're alive or dead." The 7 experts of the Beiming family in the sky immediately released their auras. Like rolling dark clouds, a kind of heaven-suppressing and earth-crushing aura burst out and flew down. "You hold off that old woman for a while," Yun Xiao said. "I'll come and help you after I take care of these 7 people." "You're not leaving?" Beiming Nan frowned. Yun Xiao smiled indifferently and said, "I'm leaving. Of course I'm leaving. However, let's kill these people first before we leave." He made a hand seal, and a white light flashed between his eyebrows. The Divine Realm Tablet flew out. Divine Realm Tablet! Beifeng Nan's body trembled as he cried out involuntarily. His eyes filled with shock. "No wonder Xianxia, no wonder Big Brother acknowledged you, Xianxia. It turns out that you're the master of the Divine Realm Tablet of this generation." Beifeng Nan's eyes flickered. After a short moment of daze, he immediately regained his senses and no longer had any doubts. In a flash, he raised his long sword and slashed towards the old woman. "Humph! Ignorant grasshopper!" The old woman snorted in anger. She stretched out her hand, and a golden iron crutch flew in the air. She grabbed it and smashed it toward Beiming Nan. As the golden iron staff hit, a ferocious beast soul roared and rushed down. Beiming Nan was expressionless. He raised his long sword and immediately slashed out several sword lights that shot into the beast. The sword intent exploded in an instant and shattered the shadow of the fierce spirit. Soon after, Beifeng Nan formed an incantation gesture with one hand and summoned the eternal imperial sword. He shouted, "Transform!" Suddenly, the long sword flashed in the air and turned into the king of corpse puppets. It flapped its wings and rushed down toward the old woman with a buzzing sound. Great Uncle Jing Rong watched with a gloomy face. Beifeng Nan's attack had made him breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had seen the hope of winning. He just did not know if Yun Xiao's current strength could suppress the 7 high-level martial sovereigns. He looked in Yun Xiao's direction with suspicion, and his eyes popped out again as he cried out in horror, What's going on? The divine realm tablet flew toward the 7 of them. They all had a mocking and disdainful look on their faces, and they suppressed it one after another. Boom! Under the joint attack of the 7 rays of light, the white light on the divine realm tablet shone brightly. Suddenly, a vast power gushed out from it and pushed back all the 7 attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 of them were all hit by a huge force and were forced to retreat in the air. The contempt they had earlier was gone, replaced by shock. Under the white light of the divine realm tablet, 2 burly figures appeared, both with fierce expressions. At first glance, one could tell that they were evil people. You are Ing Luo. One of them rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. He said in shock, "Where are you from, and who are you?" Hee. The evil spirit licked his lips and laughed evilly. "Brother Chan, these people are still drowsy at death's door. Just let them be muddled ghosts." "Young Master Yun, why are you getting more and more frustrated?" The guest's eyes turned cold as he said unhappily, "You're summoning me to deal with a few ants. Do you know how precious my cultivation time is?" The evil spirit laughed and said, "In any case, this body of mine was taken over, so it's almost impossible for me to advance any further. There's nothing to cultivate. I'm just waiting for young Master Yun to get me a peak 9-star body." "That would be awesome." The guest snorted coldly and said, "Stop being so long-winded. I'll let you take care of these 7 pieces of trash. There's an ugly woman over there who's pretty strong. Leave her to me." Without waiting for the evil spirit's reply, he charged toward the old woman in a flash of golden light. The 2's sudden appearance and conversation stunned everyone. They didn't react until the 2 started fighting. When the old woman heard the other party call her an ugly woman, she was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and all her internal organs were on fire. She was disfigured because of her cultivation of the chi of frost and Yin, and there were peerless masters in her generation. No matter how you hide and change your appearance, you can't escape the poisonous eyes of others. So she simply gave up on herself and showed her ugly face to others. However, the word ugly was her reverse scale, and whoever dared to speak bluntly would almost certainly die. "This old woman will kill your entire family." She held her golden staff horizontally in front of her and slapped it with her palm. The seal immediately opened with a clang, and the sound of chains clattering could be heard as they dragged through the air. Reverse blade spinning slash. At the end of the chain was a strange half-moon-shaped scimitar. Under the flash of cold light, a circle of blade light shot out. The guest was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He flipped his body in the air and dodged the saber chi in a few flashes. Just as he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that he had fallen into a circle of chains, and his body was locked by a force. Walala! The iron chain was like a long snake moving in the air, full of dragging sounds. All kinds of rule power could be vaguely seen in it. Every time it moved, the guest felt that his body was shackled a little bit and strangled tightly. If it wasn't for his strong divine body, he would have exploded long ago. Even though he had a peerless divine body, his body patterns flickered non-stop and released golden light as he tried his best to resist the power of the chains. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of him, and the old woman reappeared. She held the strange scimitar in her hand, and her face was full of killing intent and resentment. "Sir, please show mercy. We can talk about our grudges," the guest said in a hurry. "If you want to talk, go talk to my saber." The old woman's face flashed with ferocity, and her eyes shot out killing intent. She raised her scimitar and slashed down. The saber chi swirled in the air, and at the same time, the chains dragged along, binding the guests and officials tightly, making them unable to move at all. Outside the chains, Beimang Nan's expression changed as he raised his sword and slashed down. Clang! Clang! The sword chi struck the chains, but it only caused them to glow. Could not hurt them. "Ha ha! You ant! This old man's saber chain is made of cosmic stones, and can't be damaged by even 10,000 gold. You stay outside obediently. After I kill this poisonous-tongued man, it will be your turn." The old woman's face was filled with shame as she laughed wildly. At this moment, Beifeng Nan's soul was unstable and his strength was too weak. He couldn't help but frown as a green light flashed across his eyes. He raised his hand, and the 7 illusions green flag shifted unpredictably in his palm. The eternal imperial sword was also enshrouded in a green light that flickered incessantly. At this moment, within the chains, the officials' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. As the strange blade light fell, their hearts were filled with endless danger. Ah! With a wild roar, all his strength burst out in an instant. One after another, symbols flew out from the formation paths on his body, and the sky was filled with golden symbols. The gates of opening, life, rest, injury, and stop shone brightly, forming a line and suddenly rushing down. Boom! A sharp pain came from his body, and the 6th scenic gate released a golden light, surging with power. Bingchen's entire body swelled up, and his face was extremely distorted due to the immense pain. However, the strength of his entire body directly soared to a new level. He clenched his fists and broke free from the chains with a bang. The 2 fists collided in front of him, and a circular golden formation pattern appeared on the 2 fists. Ugly monster, die for me. Heaven fists might rules the world. A vast and mighty force gushed out from his fists and rushed forward. Bang! The golden fist force directly blocked the blade light. The blade of the strange curved blade pressed against the golden light and could not move an inch further. What? The old woman's expression changed drastically as she looked in shock at the guest in front of her, who was shining with golden light. The tattoos on his body were like tattoos, dazzling her eyes. Break it open! The guest's face twisted. At the moment of life and death, he had broken through the 6th gate, but his foundation was not stable. He gathered all his strength on his fists. Although the scimitar trembled under the pressure, he could not shake it away. The old woman's face was like a vulture's, and her eyes were spitting fire. She raised her right hand, and a pitch-black talisman appeared in her palm. She was about to press it into the blade to create a swan and eye. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from outside the chains, and the iron chains that filled the sky suddenly broke. Under Bei Xiaonan's sword, the iron chains that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl were directly broken. The broken part was dark green in color, and the iron chain was slowly being corroded. Ah! The old woman was completely stunned and lost her mind. Die, ugly monster! The minister's eyes narrowed, and a golden light bloomed out. Under the might of his fist, the scimitar was knocked away with a bang. A vast fist force swept out. Only then did the old woman come to her senses, and that dark palm force suddenly smacked down. Boom! Under the golden fist and black palm, they were almost evenly matched, and the shock forced the 2 of them to retreat. However, the scimitar chains were originally one and were the old woman's life profound artifact. After being broken, not only was its power greatly reduced, but it also caused her mind to be injured. How dare you break my profound level weapon? I'll kill your entire family. The old woman grabbed the broken part, and the green spots continued to spread. In a rage, she raised her knife and cut the corroded part into pieces. After that, his anger soared to the sky, and he swung his scimitar at Beimang Nan. Bin Chun steadied himself a little. His legs kicked in the air, and his entire body shot out like an arrow. The old woman's expression changed. The chains began to dance and her figure kept retreating. She was fighting 2 people at the same time. In addition, her profound level weapon was damaged, which put her at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the evil spirit not far away was being attacked by 7 high-level martial sovereigns. It was covered in wounds and kept crying out and cursing. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, had taken a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to rest in the air. Finally, he could not calm down because of the noise. He opened his eyes and cursed, "Trash and idiot!" Then, he cast a seal into the divine realm tablet, and suddenly, a violent aura spread out. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out, followed by a flash of lightning. It gathered above the heads of the 7 people and turned into a golden beast. His entire body flickered with golden lightning. He looked down and stared at the 7 people with a brutal look. The 7 people trembled, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. This beast's aura was even stronger than the 7 of them. Great Uncle Jingrong was also shocked. Looking at the divine realm tablet floating in the sky quietly, the light in his eyes became more and more hot. He seemed to have thought of something. His throat was dry, and he made a goo-goo sound. Haha, here comes the helper. Come and save me. The evil spirit immediately recognized the beast. It was the dark thunder that had completely absorbed the thunder beast. Although its appearance did not change much, its aura was completely different from before. The flashing lightning was more like golden sword gleams that illuminated the sky. In their shock, the 7 of them felt a boundless pressure rolling over. With a roar, the dark thunder spat out a bolt of golden lightning that broke through the void. Boom! Ah! One of them couldn't avoid it in time and was directly struck by the lightning. His scream pierced the clouds, making people feel a chill in their hearts. After the voice stopped, the person's body was charred black and was still smoking. Although he was not dead, he was on the verge of death. He slowly closed his eyes and fell from the sky. Ha ha ha! A trace of cruelty flashed in the evil spirit's eyes. With a flash of its axe, an axe light caught up with the charred body and exploded into a pile of meat with a bang. Ah! The remaining 6 people were scared out of their wits. Each and every one of them was terrified, and their faces turned pale. The attacks on the evil spirit in their hands immediately slowed down. After all, they still had to keep half of their mind on guard against the fierce beast. Boom! Boom! The dark thunder spat out 2 more bolts of lightning, which split the space and arrived in an instant. Ah! One of them dodged in a hurry, but the evil spirit seized the opportunity and split him in half with its axe. The battle in the sky was instantly one-sided. The old woman was completely suppressed by the officials and Bai Ming Nan. The remaining 5 high-level martial supremes were like radishes. 1 less person was killed. While shocked and surprised, Great Uncle Jingrong's heart also sank. If the situation continued to develop like this, he would not have a good end when Yunxiao killed all the people of Baiming Dark Palace. But now that the talisman manual was sealing Tianshang, once he withdrew his hand, he would definitely be shaken by Tianshang's power and his life would be uncertain. He became extremely anxious. He could feel that the power of the heaven-inflicted pain was getting stronger and could break out of the talisman at any time. Lord Sky Pain, I'll remove the talisman power to let you out. Please retract your power. He secretly transmitted his voice. The old man in the talisman manual had his eyes closed and was constantly attacking the talisman suppression, as if he had not heard anything about the outside world. After hearing Tai Shu Jingrong's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, "In 10 breaths, I'll break your symbol book and take your dog life." 1. He reported the number and continued to close his eyes. Tai Shu Jingrong was shocked. As expected, he felt the impact of the attack getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't hold on any longer. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, that Li Yunxiao is extremely powerful. If we kill each other, we will eventually be killed by him." The old man's expression did not change. The power around him continued to rise, and his face was fluctuating from the impact of the ripples. "Sir, take a look. Lord Di Fu and the 7 men you brought with you are about to die." "What?" Only then did the old man suddenly open his eyes. When he looked around, he was filled with anger and shouted, "Damn it! You bunch of bastards!" Boom! In a fit of rage, he broke through Tai Shu Jingrong's talisman manual in an instant. His entire person turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the explosion. Tai Shu Jingrong only felt a huge force bombarding his chest. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Before his body could stop, he was shocked to see the old man holding 2 hammers in his hands. He rushed towards him with eyes that were about to crack, and with one hand, he raised the hammer and smashed it down on his head. "Young Master Yun, save me!" he cried out in alarm, and several rays of light shot out from his body. A battle suit also appeared. Boom! The old man's big hammer smashed down, and all the light disappeared. The battle suit also turned into dust with a crack sound, scattering with the wind. Taishu Jingrong's eyes almost popped out of his head. He spat out another mouthful of blood, along with the pieces of flesh from his internal organs. Its eyes were wide open, and it slowly lost its light. Its entire body gradually became stiff, and it fell to the ground. Not far away, Yunxiao watched coldly as Taishu Jingrong died, then turned his eyes to the old man. Because the old woman was in constant danger, only 4 of her 7 subordinates were left. They were all heavily injured and could die at any moment. This caused the old man to go berserk in a moment of desperation and break through the symbol book in one go. However, he also injured his own heart meridian. Li Yunxiao, you deserve to die. The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, not understanding how the other side had suddenly gained so many helpers, each of them with extraordinary strength. It's not up to you to decide whether I deserve to die or not, Yunxiao said coldly. But you are really going to die. You want to kill this old man? Ha ha ha. The old man laughed wildly and said, when I became famous, you were still in some mother's womb. He grabbed the hammers and rushed up in a flash, smashing them at Yunxiao's head. Bang! The hammer exploded in the air, shattering Yunxiao's afterimage. The old man frowned. He realized that the other party's movement technique was not only extremely fast, but also extremely strange. He actually could not catch it. Don't hide if you have the guts. The old man was furious as he stared at the sky in the distance. Then, with a flash of light, Yunxiao materialized. Hee, you're bullying the weak, and you don't even allow me to dodge. Do you still have any shame? Yunxiao ridiculed him coldly and raised his middle finger. Wah! You should die. The old man was so angry that he exploded. A vast power gushed out of his body and turned into boundless emperor chi pressure, which suppressed the space Yunxiao was in. Then he raised the hammer again and smashed it down. Yunxiao frowned slightly. He raised his hand, and a 3-colored mountain peak appeared in his palm as he threw it out. The old man's pupils shrank as he felt the huge pressure coming from the mountain, but he didn't care too much. He raised his hammers and smashed them over. Boom! A surge of tremendous force blasted the mountain peak. 3-colored rays of light shot out and swirled around, causing the mountain to shake. Boom! A series of rumbles came from within the mountain, directly jolting back the power of the twin hammers. What? The old man was shocked. His pupils shrank and he dodged in the air. However, he could not hide the shock in his eyes as he looked at the peak of the 3-colored light. Yunxiao frowned slightly, and he was quite surprised that the old man could resist the weight of the mountain with his strength. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the mountain and hid it in his palm. What kind of profound level weapon is this? The old man's face was gloomy as he asked in a cold voice. You may hear the truth in the morning, but you may die in the evening, Yunxiao said. Lord Tianshang, you still want to gain knowledge before you die. You are indeed a senior. The old man was so angry that his teeth itched. He looked at the old woman in the distance who was gradually unable to hold on. He suppressed his emotions and said, Beiming Dark Palace is doomed for today's matter. Tell your men to stop and we'll leave. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open as he said in surprise, Is Lord Tianshang telling a joke? If we fail, we will die. You two have lost, and now you want to admit defeat and leave. Then what do you want? The old man asked coldly. His face was ashen. With his status, he had always been high and mighty. Now he was talking terms with a junior. He was really furious. I don't want anything, Yunxiao said coldly. I just want to clean up the ants with a broom. Ants? Ha 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 ha. The old man was so angry that he laughed, and his entire head was smoking. He said in a cold voice, Under the heavens, even the 7 sect masters wouldn't dare to call me an ant. Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell. His 2 hammers flew in front of him, and soon, the area around him was covered in a golden light, and the shadows of the hammers were fluctuating. Roar! In the distance, the dark thunder turned into a bolt of golden lightning and shot down from the 9 heavens. The terrifying lightning left a long trail in the sky like a golden path that reached the sky. The golden lightning rushed into the shadow of the hammer. In a daze, he could vaguely see the old man swinging the hammer and hitting the dark thunder. Boom! Countless golden lights exploded, and the power of thunder spread in all directions. The entire world was engulfed in a sea of golden lightning. The evil spirit raised its axe and chopped down the last enemy. It looked at the explosion with its mouth wide open, revealing a look of horror. After pondering for a moment, he raised his axe and rushed over. The old woman in the distance was also shocked. Her heart was filled with anxiety. In an instant, she was punched several times by the guests and officials, causing her to vomit blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was green in color. "Ah, you!" The old woman pointed at Beifeng Nan in panic, and was shocked to find that her body was gradually turning green, and was corroding at a speed visible to the naked. When he had broken through the old woman's Emperor Qi defense with a few punches, the invisible poison had followed him like a shadow and entered her body. After a few breaths, the old woman's body started to tremble and twitch. In the end, she completely rotted and her body was completely rotten, unrecognizable. Cold sweat covered the officials' faces. After glancing at Beifeng Nan, they rushed into the golden light and began to fight the old man. As for Beifeng Nan, he appeared next to Xianxia in a flash and looked at him with a complicated expression as he said, "There are no more godly state experts under this sky. I didn't expect that someone could still control the divine realm tablet. This way I'll have no more doubts. This eternal imperial sword has accompanied me for 100,000 years. I'll give it to you now." The sword in his hand flashed, and he held the sword with both hands. There was a bit of reluctance in his eyes as he handed it over. "What?" Xianxia chuckled. "Are you eager to die?" Beimang Nan's expression was indifferent. "I'm not far from death. It's just a matter of time. I don't want it to be buried in the dust with me, and I don't want it to be taken by some arrogant people. I'm sorry to be humiliated." Xianxia pushed the sword back and said, "Although I don't have a way to save you, I'm sure I can still suppress your injuries and prevent them from getting worse." Beiming Nan frowned and said, "Are you trying to use the Divine Realm Tablet's power to suppress my soul injury? This method is feasible in theory, but your control of the Divine Realm Tablet is too low, so it's difficult to achieve good results." "Borrowing the power of the Divine Realm Tablet is one of the reasons," Xianxia said. "I'll teach you a set of soul cultivation techniques that complement each other. With them, it's very possible for you to recover to your peak, let alone suppress it." Beimang Nan's expression changed. No one wanted to die if they could. "Although I've learned the soul cultivation technique, it's not my possession, so I have no right to teach it to others," Xianxia said. "I'll go and ask the owner of the technique first. He's also in the Divine Realm Tablet." "All right," he said. "I'll help you finish the battle in the distance first," Beiming Nanfeng said with a nod. "No need," Xianxia hurriedly said. "They're enough. Old man Heaven Pain will die for sure. Try not to make a move, or your soul injury will worsen." "All right," he said. Beimang Nan responded, then muttered, "Since you're the master of the Divine Realm Tablet of this generation, I'll follow you and do whatever you want." Xianxia was taken aback, but then he laughed and said, "That's good." He separated a part of his soul and manifested it in the Divine Realm Tablet, directly appearing on Mount Inch. It was quiet in the mountain, without the light of refining and the surging spirit qi that was being wantonly absorbed, which made Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable. A ray of light flew out from the mountain. It was Gu Yuesheng. He stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Cloud Sky. Where's your master?" Xianxia asked. Gu Yuesheng was a little embarrassed. "Master told me that he's going into seclusion. If Lord Xianxia comes, tell him that the Dark North Cold Star Sword has been completely refined and that he's already in his shoes. Tell him not to look for him again." "Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Xianxia laughed and said, "What a good old Yuan. Did he think I would take advantage of him? I originally had something to discuss with him, but since that's the case, I'll take it that he's agreed. If you don't like it in the future, please don't blame me. He left these words and was about to leave. Humph! Yuan Gaohan's dissatisfied cold snort came from the mountain and he shouted, "What tricks are you trying to play? Come in." Yunxiao smiled and entered the cave. "What? Are you going to teach my Starlight Soul technique to someone else?" Yuan Gaohan exploded and rushed up, wanting to strangle Yunxiao to death as he roared, "If you dare to do this, I'll take your life." Yunxiao had expected this reaction. In a flash, he teleported behind the man and said with a smile, "Calm down. My friend's soul has been seriously injured, and for some reason he has lost too much soul power. In this world, I can't think of a second good method other than your Starlight Soul technique. Even if your friend is dead, you're not allowed to spread my technique to outsiders," Yuan Gaohan angrily said. TSK, don't be so excited. Nothing is impossible in this world. The reason why it can't be done is because the benefits are not enough. Yunxiao said leisurely. "Humph. What benefits do you think you have that I'll give you in exchange for the Starlight Soul art?" Yuan Gaohan replied coldly. "Brother Gaohan, your two souls have merged into one," Yunxiao said. "Don't you want me to protect you?" "Li Yunxiao," Yuan Gaohan shouted angrily. "Do you still have any shame? How dare you threaten me with this matter? Are you going to go back on your word about the agreement we made earlier?" He was so angry that his face turned red and smoke rose from the top of his head. Yunxiao was taken aback by his excitement. "Is there such a big reaction?" "Brother Gaohan, don't be too excited. I'll naturally fulfill my promise to you. My friend is the owner of the 7 illusion green damask. With his help, the safety of Brother Gaohan will be increased by at least 10%. "What? One of the 5 poisons, the 7 illusion green damask?" Yuan Gaohan was startled, and his face revealed a strange expression. "Your friend has the heaven-earth venomous body?" "Yes," Yunxiao said. "Other than the heaven-earth venomous body, who else in the world can control the 5 great extermination poisons?" Yuan Gaohan pondered for a while and said, "All right, I can agree to this. However, other than protecting me, your friend here will owe me a favor. This Xing Luo. All right, I'll agree on his behalf." Yunxiao hesitated a little, but when he thought of Baiming Nan's current situation, he had no choice. Besides, he had already said that he would follow Yunxiao, so it was not too much to accept the favor on his behalf. "You must also make him swear that he will never teach this technique to anyone else," Yuan Gaohan said. Naturally, Yunxiao's figure flickered as he was about to leave. "Wait," Yuan Gaohan suddenly said. "You want to go to the Red Moon City to abduct people?" he asked slowly with a serious look. "What?" Yunxiao asked. "This isn't a secret, is it?" Yuan Gaohan snorted and said, "Your reputation has been rising recently. Even I've heard of it. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You're only a 7 stars martial emperor, Li Yunxiao, now not a titled martial emperor, Gu Feiyang. Don't forget your own strength and do something that will only bring about your own destruction." Yunxiao rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Brother Gaohan, it's not like you just met me today. You didn't ask me to stay just to teach me how to be a good person, right?" Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, and he snorted, "I've never doubted your intelligence. I don't care about the result of the trip to Red Moon City. Jiang Ruobing is just an insignificant woman in this era. I just don't want you to die and cause this era to lose an interesting person." "So?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "So?" Yuan Gaohan rolled his eyes at him. "I'll have Chun Yu follow you in secret. I'll save your life when it's necessary." Yunxiao was taken aback. "Chen Yunyu?" he asked. "This brat is so arrogant. Hasn't he been beaten to death yet?" "Even you are still alive," Yuan Gaohan angrily retorted. "No matter how arrogant he is, he can't be compared to you." Yunxiao laughed and said, "Ha-ha! This kid was also a once-in-10,000 years genius. Unfortunately, he was so conceited that he was beaten up by someone before the Battle of Wind and Cloud. As a result, he felt that he was too ashamed to participate in the Battle of Wind and Cloud. Otherwise, he could have made a name for himself. So many years have passed. His cultivation level is now at buy-in. Yuan Gaohan's face revealed a trace of a comfortable smile. He just broke through to peak 9-star some time ago. We can let him come out and try his hand. Ha! Yun Xiao laughed. Even if he is a peak 9 stars martial sovereign, there is still a big gap between them. I'm looking forward to his performance. At the same time, Yun Xiao was surprised. With an expert like Chun Yunyu by his side, and as the head of a spiritualist, he still felt unsafe. He didn't know if the situation was really so strange or if Yuan Gaohan was overthinking it. If you let Chun Yunyu leave your side, then your body's safety will be compromised. It's fine. Yuan Gaohan's eyes shot out cold stars as he coldly said, if someone really wants to harm me, they'll definitely choose to do so when my two souls merge. They would never have thought that I still have a trump card like you. The coldness in his eyes turned into boundless killing intent. Yun Xiao nodded slightly. With his current strength and Chen Yunyu's, they had nothing to fear even if the enemy sent a peak 9-star expert. After the two reached an agreement, Yun Xiao flashed out of the Divine Realm tablet. Under the siege of 2 men and 1 beast, the old man was like an arrow at the end of its flight and could die at any moment. As for Beifeng Nan, he didn't say a word, quietly watching the battle in the distance. Yun Xiao nodded slightly at him and said, I've already discussed it with my friend. This technique is the second most important cultivation technique I've ever seen in my life, but you must remember not to teach it to anyone else. The first was naturally his Great Expansion Divine Technique, but the Great Expansion Divine Technique was of great importance and could not be disclosed. Coupled with the characteristics of the divine art itself, Yun Xiao did not know how to teach it to others. Baiming Nan didn't ask any further and nodded. Many thanks. Yun Xiao threw him a jade slip and said, You can enter the Divine Realm tablet to comprehend. As long as you have enough starlight stones, you can ensure that your injury won't worsen. With the help of the Divine Realm tablet's power, you'll get better. After taking the jade slip, Baiming Nan let the light between Yun Xiao's brows shine on his body and then absorbed it. The world inside was clear. He looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Oh right, I still have something to ask. Yun Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, and with a flash of light in his hand, the 3-colored divine peak appeared. Do you recognize this? Baiming Nan's eyes flashed as he forced a smile and said, This is the 7-colored Tusada sky made by Lord Ling Mu Di. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. It's good this way. With Lord Mu Lingdi's current condition, he is not suitable for this profound level weapon. It will be a rare treasure if you keep it. 7-colored Tusada heaven. But why do I only see 3 colors? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. The 7-colored Tusada heaven is an extremely powerful profound level weapon passed down in ancient times, Baiming Nan said. Although it's not as magical as a saint weapon, its power is no less than ordinary saint weapons. Lord Lingmu Di imitated it according to the ancient recipe. Unfortunately, he only collected 3 kinds of earth element sources and only made 3 colors. What? Yun Xiao was taken aback. Do you mean that this thing needs 7 supreme earth elements to be fused together? That's right, said Baiming Nan. Before the Demon Sealing War, the heroes of the Two-World Mountain were all trying to collect the materials for this profound level weapon. In the end, they lacked the 4 strongest Earth-type origins. Coupled with the arrival of the Demon Sealing War, they put it on hold and did not expect that the tricolor Tusada sky would be formed. Yun Xiao looked at the spinning mountain with a thoughtful look on his face. It was no wonder that this object possessed such immense weight and vast earth intent. It was actually refined from 3 extreme Earth-type origins and countless rare materials. If I can gather the other 4 Earth sources, can I refine it completely? He asked slowly. A warm current surged in his heart. Just 3 colors were already so powerful. If he could refine a 7-colored mountain, how powerful would it be? That infinite weight and heaviness would probably kill anyone who touched it. You can ask Lord Lingmu Di about the refining method, said Baiming Nan. He'll definitely know. If this mountain can be fully cultivated, it's said that it can derive the divine ability of the boundless Pure Land. It'll probably be an invincible existence under the current sky. I understand, Cultivate in peace, Xianxia said as he put the mountain away. I have as many starlight stones as you want. After he finished speaking, he appeared in another place on the Divine Realm tablet in a flash. The gourd little King Kong was sitting cross-legged and was actually cultivating in the air. However, under Xianxia's divine will, there was no trace of spirit qi in the surroundings. Even if he cultivated for 100,000 years, he would not get any result. After he appeared, the calabash little King Kong slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with vicissitudes and complicated emotions. Master Lingmu Di, Xianxia called out softly. Master Lingmu Di. Lingmu Di's eyes moved and fixed on him. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "The master of this generation's world deity. What is your name?" "Li Yunxiao," Yunxiao said. "You can call me Young Master Yun." "Li Yunxiao, please welcome Young Master Yun." Lingmu Di muttered to himself and said, "You're indeed the chosen one. With your age and achievements, even if you were placed under the sky 100,000 years ago, you would still be an extraordinary genius. You deserve to possess the Divine Realm tablet. It seems that your excellency has a deep relationship with the previous owner of the Divine Realm tablet," Xianxia said. "I would like to know some secrets from back then." Lingmu Di said, "It's a long story back then, but in this era, I've returned from the void, and the Divine Realm tablet has appeared once again. Is it because fate is changing? Is there going to be another great tribulation?" Xianxia frowned. "I don't know what great tribulation it is, but the Devil Lord's seal has indeed been broken in many places. Is this a great tribulation?" Lingmu Di's body trembled, and he mumbled with an expression of shock. "No wonder Xianxian. No wonder Xianxian. Even with the power of a world's powerhouses, you still can't seal him forever." His tone was filled with unwillingness and even anger. A light suddenly flashed between his brows, and the shadow of the rainbow stone appeared. Lingmu Di's face instantly sank, and a fierce light began to flash, becoming ferocious. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand, then waved it in the air and pointed at it. An incantation seal shot out from between his fingers, hitting the rainbow stone precisely. As if it was sucked in his hand, it slowly pulled out from inside. "Stop!" Lingmu Di's eyes were filled with shock as he roared. "Bastard, stop! You little bastard! I'm going to kill you!" No matter how mad he was completely suppressed by Xianxia in the Divine Realm tablet and could not move at all. But his face was filled with extreme pain as he kept wailing. Xianxia's expression was extremely calm, and he turned a deaf ear to all the curses and threats, as if he had not heard them at all. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the rainbow stone was pulled out of the calabash King Kong's forehead and spun in Xianxia's palm, emitting a strange force. Lingmu Di's face suddenly became dull. His eyes widened in a daze, and then he fell to the ground. Xianxia's expression kept changing as he stared at the rainbow stone. He felt an inexplicable emotion growing in his heart, making him feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, his entire body quivered and he woke up. He was shocked and immediately sent out several spiritual arts, which turned into seals and flew out, directly sealing that rainbow stone layer by layer. Slowly, the light on the rainbow stone was completely retracted, and its surface became dull, just like an ordinary stone. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, then flew to the ground and began to check the Lingmu flute's injuries. His divine sense swept through the body of the gourd little guardian Kong and was shocked. The soul power of the Lingmu flute was not as weak as Beifeng Nan's. On the contrary, it was very strong, like a raging fire. Once his divine sense entered it, it was devoured. Could it be that the rainbow stone can also nourish the soul? Xianxia was very surprised. After all, souls were very fragile, and anything that could nourish and refine souls were all priceless treasures. Even so, the effect was very little. For example, the soul nurturing wood refined from the Kunwu divine tree was one of the finest, but its effects were also extremely limited. The Lingmu flute had experienced 100,000 years, but its soul power had not decreased. It was completely inconceivable. Xianxia glanced at the sealed rainbow stone, and a look of fear appeared on his face. It seemed that the Demon Lord Monarch's strength was even greater than he had expected. Ling Mudi was only unconscious at the moment, so his life should not be in danger. However, he did not know when he would wake up. He could only ask about the seven-colored Tusuda heaven later. He sighed slightly and left the Divine Realm tablet. The battle outside was coming to an end. The old man's hammers were sent flying, and he was split in half by the evil spirit's axe. Ha ha ha. Cool, cool. Unfortunately, I haven't had enough fun yet. This old man is too weak. The evil spirit laughed wildly. It was covered in wounds, and its face was pale. It was sweating profusely, but it still refused to admit it. I can't stay here for long, Xianxia said. I'm afraid the Biming family will kill me all over the world. He put all three of them into the Divine Realm tablet and soon disappeared. After an unknown period of time, ripples appeared in the sky, and a beautiful pink warship sailed out. The warship wasn't large, about 20 zhang long. The bow of the ship was in the shape of a cute red swan, and it was slowly moving forward in the rippling energy. Chief shopkeeper, that Li Yunxiao is so lucky. Not only did he take the treasure of Borderline Mountain, but he also killed the Biming Dark Palace's Tianshang Difu. 2 rows of maids stood neatly on the sides of the warship, each of them holding a long sword, looking valiant and heroic. A stone table was placed at the bow of the ship, filled with precious fruits and fine wine. Spiritual energy lingered around it, dense and pressing. However, Han Junting, who was sitting on the throne, had no such thoughts. Her lean face was as dark as water. Looking down at the 2-world mountain that had completely collapsed and the countless battle scars, her body trembled. Grandma Sunflower's face was ashen as well. She said in a deep voice, "This kid is too dangerous. Who knows how many experts are hidden in the treasure he's carrying. I'm afraid that even the weakest of the 10 sects of the North region can be killed at will." Han Junting's face darkened and she remained silent. "Head shopkeeper, this kid is too dangerous," Grandma Sunflower said hurriedly. "We can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, there'll be no one in this world who can suppress him." Han Junting looked tired and said, "Then, in Granny's opinion, what should I do?" Grandma Sunflower was stunned for a moment. She frowned as well, seemingly at a loss. Han Junting glared at her and said, "I also know that I can't let him go, but who can suppress him for me? Since Biming Dark Palace can't do it, I can only place my hopes on the Red Moon City." Red Moon City? Didn't head shopkeeper promise to help him contain the 3 elders? Grandma Sunflower asked in surprise. The Red Moon City today is not the same as it was yesterday. Even without the 3 elders, it is still the Red Moon City. Han Junting smiled. Grandma Sunflower was stunned for a moment. She was confused, but seeing Han Junting in deep thought, she did not ask. "It's just that he's angry." Han Junting's face turned serious as she mumbled to herself, "But can the Red Moon City keep him?" His tone was full of doubt, even a trace of helplessness, and a bit of expectation. The pink warship started to move again, and ripples spread out in the sky. The ship slowly became transparent and gradually disappeared into the sky. After leaving 2-World Mountain, Yunxiao went straight to the teleportation point of Golden Zhang City. "What? The passageway to the Red Moon City is closed." Yunxiao's face darkened. The guard of the teleportation array felt the waves of surging elemental energy on his body and was instantly alarmed. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this matter is absolutely true. A month ago, there were only 17 passages left in the Red Moon City. The rest were all closed." 17? Which places? Only then did Yunxiao's face turn a little better. 17 sounded like a lot, but compared to the vast heavenly martial realm, it was a pitifully small number. "In the North region, there are only the Holy Region and the 4 great sects," the guard hurriedly said. "The other regions only have passages for the super sects. If Darren wants to go to the Red Moon City, you can teleport to the East region's Fengling City, Yongguang City, Yannan City, Minyang City. These 4 cities all have a passage to the Red Moon City. These 4 cities just happened to circle around the 4 major directions of the Red Moon City: north, south, east, and west. They acted as barriers to enter the Red Moon City to prevent the flow of people from being too large. All people who entered the city had to go through a strict inspection. Fengling City then. Back then, the Liu family of Fengling City had some conflicts with him, but things had changed. Today, he had already left the Liu family several streets behind and no longer had any concerns. After Xianxia handed over the primordial stones, he disappeared in the light of teleportation. After watching Xianxia leave, the guard finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. A young-looking guard came forward and said in a low voice, "Second Commander, I saw that person just now and the wanted man by in." Pa! The guard's expression changed drastically. He slapped the young guard's mouth, causing it to swell. He glared at the young guard and shouted, "Be serious. What are you daydreaming about?" After a moment of shock, the people around him burst into laughter, filled with ridicule. The guard's lips were swollen like sausages and he covered his face with his hands. He was at a loss and confused. When he saw the guard walking towards him, he hurriedly lowered his head. "Humph! If I find out that you're daydreaming again, I won't let you off easily." The second commander flicked his sleeves and left. The guard's face was filled with grievance and resentment. Suddenly, a soft whisper sounded in his ear. It was the second commander's secret voice transmission. "You brat. Be smart. If you had recognized the identity of that person just now, you would have already turned into ashes. It's fine if you die from stupidity, but don't drag everyone down with you." The guard's entire body trembled, and he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He raised his head again, only to see the other guards looking at him coldly with a sneer on their faces. It turned out that everyone was an understanding person. His heart full of grievances and resentment immediately turned into incomparable gratitude. He laughed a few times in embarrassment and then continued to maintain order. In the misty snow sacred city, a magnificent building could be vaguely seen between the clouds and water. In a huge palace, a magnificent figure stood in it. His hands were constantly making hand seals, and rays of green light were shot into a water mirror in front of him. Tens of thousands of golden lights were condensed in the mirror, gradually converging into a strange symbol that bloomed with various colors. The figure cut his arm with his finger and shot out a few drops of blood, which directly stuck to the golden symbol. Suddenly, the blood began to boil and slowly eroded the colorful mirror, turning it into a blood-red water mirror. As the mirror rippled, an old face was revealed. The face looked a little tired. He slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, "Wei Qing, why did you call me?" The majestic figure was one of the 5 rulers of the holy region. Wei Qing raised his eyes and said, "Father, Yuan Gaohan seems to have noticed something about us. I'm going to erase him. However, I'm afraid that the situation will escalate. So I want to ask for Father's opinion." Yuan Gaohan. The face in the mirror was that of Wei Qing's father, Wei Wuya. His wrinkled face scrunched up and he said with a hint of anger, "This person is Tenzhou Zi's beloved disciple. How could you be so careless? He'll find you very troublesome." Wei Qing's face was indifferent and expressionless. "So, after much hesitation, I still feel that we should get rid of him." He had already made an application to enter the divine capital to meet with Amaterasu, but I managed to suppress it. If I kill this person, will you be able to suppress Tenzhou Zi? Amaterasu has always been a free-spirited, reclusive cultivator, Wei Wuya said with raised brows. But if anyone... However, I've already peeked into the door and am not far from success. Really? Wei Qing's body trembled and his expression changed. His eyes shot out a bright light and he looked like he couldn't believe it. "What, are you still suspicious of your father?" Wei Wuya chuckled. "I wouldn't dare. It's just too shocking," Wei Qing hurriedly replied. The expression in his eyes changed several times as he said, "If that's really the case, then there's no need for some traces, Lao AI. I'll keep it for now. How's the heaven-earth venomous body?" Wei Wuya muttered to himself. "He's cultivating in the shattered cloud sky river. Wei Qing answered. He's stimulating his divine body with the poison in the river. Recently, there's been red mist everywhere like the morning glow, but it's also gone sometimes. Wei Wuya's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ha ha! The heavens are helping me. According to what you said, it should be the red poison of the 5 major poisons of extinction, the 8 charm vermilion saliva. TSK. These 2 were originally kept as trump cards in case they were used to restrain Old Man Meng. I didn't expect them to bring me such a pleasant surprise. This 8 charm vermilion saliva is very important. We can't make any mistakes. Don't worry, father. I'll bring him to Fairy's capital once he has condensed the 8 charm vermilion saliva, Wei Qing said. Slow down, Wei Wuya said. I'm afraid Old Man Meng will notice if I bring him to Shindu. I'll let you know when I've succeeded. As for that Yuan Gaohan, even if you want to kill him, don't do it yourself. Make some noise to muddy the waters and buy us some time. Yes. Yuan Gaohan seems to have sensed the location of his second soul. Wei Qing replied. The best time will be when he regains his soul. I'll arrange everything and make use of some useless things. Just keep everything under control, Wei Wuya said. I need to make the best use of my time. There's one more thing, Wei Qing said. Recently, there's a young man in the heavenly martial arts realm who's doing very well. He's from the Tianshui of the southern domain and is Meng Bai's master. He's full of secrets, and he seems to be related to Gu Feiyong. Gu Feiyong? We don't have to worry about Gu Feiyong. But if he's a stumbling block, we'll erase him as well. Wei Wuya frowned. It'll take too much power to open a channel to contact you. In short, you'll be in control of the overall situation. Do whatever you need to do, and don't disturb me if there's nothing important. As soon as he said that, the blood-red water mirror buzzed and trembled a few times. Then, it exploded with a bang, turning into countless water lights and evaporating in an instant. Wei Qing's expression was dark and uncertain. In the end, his eyes flashed with a sharp light and he disappeared from the hall. The next moment, he appeared above a side hall. He formed a few hand seals and pressed them down. A restriction appeared in a flash and shattered with a bang under his palm print. A cold snort came from inside the hall. Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing's figure flashed and he appeared in the hall. There was only one white jade bed in the large side hall, and a man was lying on it. He was comfortably holding a white jade slip and reading it. In front of the bed, there was a small cauldron half the height of a person, distributed among the 9 dragons. Green smoke was coming out of their mouths, curling up, and the spiritual energy was refreshing. Bai Lingyue, Wei Qing said indifferently, your cultivation is getting higher and higher. You can actually see through me. Other than you, Lord Wei Qing, who else would dare to barge into my palace? Bai Lingyue sneered. Humph. Wei Qing snorted and said, How's the matter I asked you to investigate? Bai Lingyue stood up immediately and put away the jade slip in her hand. We have a rough idea. That person's body is Murongzhu, the one who caused such a huge commotion back then. And the mind that controlled the body is the moon eyes. Moon pupil. Wei Qing frowned. Is it related to Gu Feiyong? He suddenly asked. Bai Lingyue shook her head. This must be another moon eye. Is controlling Murongzhu's body. It's also because of this body that Ning Qiue followed. As for that huge eyeball, I've gone through a lot of information. It should be the first-generation ancestor of the Moon Pupil clan, the Ultimate. Wei Qing's expression changed. Ultimate. Isn't that an existence like an immortal state true spirit? The strength of the Ultimate is still a mystery, Bai Lingyue said with a wry smile. I sent 3 waves of experts, but they were all killed by the Moon Eye. It's really hard to follow the Eye clan. I was just planning to suggest a plan to Darren. Wei Qing said, Your plan is hee. Bai Lingyue held the jade slip in her hand as she paced around the hall. She said slowly, I think they seem to be looking for something, but the Lunar Eye and the Ultimate are, after all, foreign species. It is very dangerous for the human race to wander around the realm of heavenly martial arts. We should gather strong cultivators and annihilate them, or at least capture them and bring them to the sacred zone, and control them under our control. With the power of the Moon Eye, the Ultimate, and Ning Qiue, who can come out? Wei Qing asked. It's impossible with just Nanfeng Xian's power, Bai Lingyue said. At least 2 or more lords have to personally go out to have the confidence to return victorious. We can also inform the Murong family and Red Moon City about this. With their help, we will be more confident, and we can also test Red Moon City's attitude. The attitude of the Red Moon City? Wei Qing's eyes narrowed and he said leisurely, What do you mean by this? Isn't that what Lord Wei Qing wanted to know? Bai Lingyue smiled. Tang Qing is now frequently on good terms with other sects, and several Darren and secretaries are all under his persuasion, as if they want to break free from Darren's control. Wei Qing snorted lightly and did not mind. Who would be willing to be controlled by someone else? If it was you, would you? His eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Bai Lingyue, as if he wanted to see through her heart. Control? Ha. Lord Wei Qing must be joking. Bai Lingyue smiled and said, Lingyue and Sir are only interested in benefits. With Sir's wisdom, you wouldn't be so stupid as to think that you can control everything, right? If there's a day when the benefits are reversed, not only will you want to deal with me, but Bai Lingyue's sword will also be pointed at you. Humph. You're rather honest. If there's anyone in the holy region that I fear the most, you, Bai Lingyue, are one of them, Wei Qing said coldly. Bai Lingyue smiled. You're too kind, sir. I'm just in charge of the intelligence department. I know more than others. Moreover, when it comes to cooperation, we should make our interests clear and avoid suspicion. It's good for both sides. Tang Qing had the strength, courage, means, and was decisive in doing things. He was a very capable person, although he seems to be under my command on the surface. As his position became more and more stable, my control over him also weakened. Moreover, he also has something that I fear. Control is a stupid thing, Bai Lingyue said with a smile. As long as our interests are aligned, we're the best companions. Moreover, I'm afraid that Tang Qing's marriage to a daughter-in-law will also be full of twists and turns. Oh! Wei Qing's sword-like eyebrows raised, revealing a curious expression. My lord, do you still remember Li Yunxiao? Bai Lingyue asked. Last time, you asked me to pay special attention to this person, and I found many interesting things, and each one was more shocking than the last. Li Yunxiao? Wei Qing's pupils constricted. The one Jiang Charan praised as the #1 rising star? That's right. Bai Lingyue nodded. Ever since he was wanted by the entire Red Moon City, I've officially become interested in him. In the battle between the Eastern region and the Sea Race, this person had appeared several times and then disappeared without a trace. It was said that he had died in the battle. However, a month ago, he suddenly appeared in the northern region's Dingtian City. The Dingtian City? What? Wei Qing's expression changed. Is it the place where the demon lord wreaked havoc? The Dingtian City where the city lord's mansion was wiped out? Bai Lingyue's eyes flickered as she nodded. It's precisely that Dingtian City. Many people saw him chatting and laughing with the demon lord. Oh! Wei Qing was stunned. This was really interesting. This person is extremely mysterious, and now that he's actually related to the Devil Master, it makes me even more curious. Ever since the changes in the burial land, I've looked up a lot of information about the demon lord, Bai Lingyue said. I learned that this person was divided and suppressed back then. I don't know how many seals have been broken. If we let him recover his true form, I'm afraid he'll be more dangerous than the Moon Eye. Tell Gongyang Zhengxi in detail about the matter between the Devil Lord and Yutong, Wei Qing said. Let him make the decision. I'm only interested in Li Yunxiao now. Yes, Bai Lingyue replied. Lord Zhengxi will definitely gather everyone to discuss this. You'll be more interested in what happens next after Li Yunxiao shows up in Dingtian City. Oh, then I'm all ears. Wei Qing smiled indifferently. Bai Lingyue paced back and forth. At that time, in Seawood Town not far from Dingtian City, the second wood spirit was born in the sea of spirit lightning fruits, attracting countless experts to fight for it. Even the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard, Chun Fengyuan and Feini, the 2 young masters of the Long family, went. In the end, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard died. Chun Feng's cultivation was destroyed, and the second would spiritualism was finally obtained by Li Yunxiao. Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, with spirit transformation? Is this information accurate? I'm absolutely sure, Bai Lingyue replied. Could it be that Lord Wei Qing is also interested in the second Wudifang spiritual sense? The expression on Wei Qing's face changed a few times before returning to normal. It's normal to be interested in such a wondrous item. However, the death of the lightning tiger and fire leopard was really unexpected. Chun Fengyuan probably risked his life to kill it, right? I wonder how the Eastern Sea will react. Bai Lingyue smiled. I'm afraid the East Ocean won't be doing anything for a while. I heard an even more unreliable rumor. It said that the spirit veins in the East Ocean's royal family's lair were cut off, and all the collections in the palace were robbed. Wei Qing was surprised and said, There's no smoke without fire. Since Lady Lingyue said it, it must be credible. I wonder who is so bold to court death like this. I heard about it, Bai Lingyue said indifferently. I only heard about it. It seems to be this Li Yunxiao who did it. The hall fell silent. Wei Qing's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp light. He said in a deep voice, Bai Lingyue, I know you very well. You never say anything you're not confident in. Haha. I've only heard about it. I can't possibly send someone to the royal family of Donghai to find out. Can I? Bai Lingyue chuckled and said, But the next two things are certain. The final item of the auction that caused a stir in New Yen City some time ago, the Divine Sword Star Destroyer, was found to be in Li Yunxiao's hands. It's just a broken sword. Wei Qing snorted coldly. He seemed to be extremely disdainful. Bai Lingyue nodded. It's indeed nothing to be concerned about. However, the two-world mountain that Baiming Dark Palace was in charge of suddenly changed. A star palace from 100,000 years ago descended from the void, along with the remnant soul of an expert from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years? What happened after that? Wei Qing's face was filled with shock, and his eyes shot out cold stars. According to our intelligence, Lady Tsong from the Duanmu family was also present, Bai Lingyue replied. Baiming Yuanhai, Du Yuqing, Bai Haodong, and Taishu Xianxian from the Baiming Dark Palace were also present. Stop. There's no need to list out these minions one by one. Just get straight to the point. Wei Qing's expression became impatient. Bai Lingyue smiled in surprise. The point is that most people were buried in the two-world mountain. The last bull-shaped puppet, which was possessed by a true spirit, was taken by a mysterious man, and the other human-shaped puppet, which was possessed by a 100,000-year-old remnant soul, was taken by Yunxiao. It is said that it is also inside the Rainbow Stone. Rainbow Stone! Wei Qing's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Where's Li Yunxiao now? Why? Does Lord Wei Qing want to treat him to tea? Bai Lingyue asked with a smile. Wei Qing said coldly, No matter how good a person's luck is, there's a limit. It seems that this Li Yunxiao is not only lucky, but also very strong. What's more terrifying is that this man may have the will of heaven, and he will become an extraordinary figure of this era. Yes, the mandate of heaven is illusory, but it must be believed. I don't know where Li Yunxiao is now, Bai Lingyue said, but I know he'll definitely go to Red Moon City. He was the one who saved Jiang Ruobing and her daughter back then, and he won't sit by and watch them suffer. According to my intelligence analysis, this person is the key person who knows whether Jiang Churen is dead or alive. Red Moon City's Kasaya. Wei Qing's eyes flickered. Bai Lingyue asked, My lord, do you want to make a trip to Red Moon City? I just received news that Chun Yunyu seems to have gone to the Red Moon City. Chun Yunyu. Could it be that there's news about Yuan Gaohan's second soul? Wei Qing's eyes narrowed. Yuan Gaohan has been showing up frequently before, Bai Lingyue said. It seems like he has the intention of befriending the major sects, but he's been hiding recently, so we can't figure out what he's up to. But the more mysterious it was, the more it meant something was up. I think I've already found his second soul, but I can't find any clues. It's really strange. Could it be that his second soul is hidden in Red Moon City? Wei Qing squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, Red Moon City's Pishio. Pishio is really interesting. He pondered for a while and revealed a playful smile. Lord Wei Qing, Bilinguer exclaimed, "Don't tell me you really want to personally visit the Red Moon City?" Wei Qing snorted and walked out of the hall with a wave of his robe. Bilinguer watched as he disappeared and muttered to herself, "Will Red Moon City be turned upside down by this Li Yunxiao? Based on the information we've gathered over the past few years, there's no peace wherever he goes. All the major events that have happened in the past few years are more or less related to him. Could it be that there's really a saying of fate? Since you're so worried, why don't you let me go and meet this Li Yunxiao?" A faint voice suddenly came from the hall. "There's no need," Bilinguer said with a smile. "Since Wei Qing has his eyes on him, this kid's fate has come to an end. Wei Yong, compared to that Li Yunxiao, I need you to investigate another matter." His eyes focused and he said, "There are a few demons who are following Ruoyin and Ruoli from Death God Palace. One of them is called Shang. He has a very interesting profound level weapon in his hands called the Armillary Sphere. I want you to help me get it and study it." "Armillary Sphere? Alright, where is Shang now?" The voice replied. Bilinguer's lips suddenly curved up. "Red Moon City has indeed become very interesting. Somewhere in the realm of heavenly martial arts, under a gray sky, the surroundings were bleak and desolate, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The land was desolate and everything was dead. It seemed that there had been no signs of human habitation for a long time." Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from a mountain, and the entire mountain was blown away, turning into countless gravel. A ray of green light shot out from it, and the entire mountain was split in two. The beam of light shot into the sky and turned into rings of light that rippled in all directions. The green light contained an extremely powerful vitality, which was in sharp contrast with the deathly silence of the world. After a while, the light beam disappeared. All the green glows suddenly flashed and turned into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the sky. Life had only appeared for a moment before it turned into depression again. A green shadow appeared and churned in the air. It was actually a long dragon, flying in the heavy world. The long dragon somersaulted a few times and flew down from the sky. It directly transformed into a human and stood on the ground. On the peak of the highest mountain, its face was as cold as frost as it looked at the ruins. "I've recovered some of my memories, but it's not enough. How many pieces had the dragon field been broken into? It seems that I have to go to the East Sea's rainy land," the person said with a serious expression. His handsome and cold face was gradually revealed under the gray mist. It was Che Yu who had left for a long time. In this land of rain, Shilong's sleeping space is quite similar to the dragon field. It's just that the dragon head and the coordinates of the rain are a little troublesome. Che Yu pondered for a while, and Yunxiao's figure flashed in his mind. He could not help but frown and say, "Perhaps this human can help me. This brat has a few saint artifacts, and his methods are extremely powerful. He's definitely an important figure of this era. The enmity between me and him is so complicated that it's almost impossible to explain it clearly. Alas, I'll take this dragon field before I go to Li Yunxiao." He raised his hand, and a sharp sword light flashed out. The long sword in his hand was faintly discernible, emitting a blinding light that illuminated the entire world. The world trembled and the entire space collapsed. Everything was sucked into the long sword and everything became blurry. After a while, the entire dragon field was absorbed into the Shumi Anton sword. Che Yu's body flashed and disappeared. Eastern region, Fengling City. It was bustling with activity, with heavy traffic and people coming and going. As it had become one of the main cities leading to the Red Moon City, the flow of population had suddenly increased more than several times more than before, and the trend of this flow was still increasing. On a crowded main road, everyone's eyes were greedily sneaking glances at a woman in white. The woman was elegant and refined. Her skin was as white as snow, and she exuded a rare aura of purity. Her facial features were exquisite and soul-stirring, and all the passers-by slowed down and stopped to admire her. Behind the woman was a strange-looking man. He had a rough face, dark gray skin, long and fierce eyes, and a brown ball of flesh on his forehead, which seemed to have a horn. His black hands were exposed outside his long sleeves, and his 10 fingers were as sharp as claws. There were actually scales shimmering on the back of his hands, and it was obvious that he was not human. However, the aura they exuded was extraordinary. It was obvious that they were experts with extremely high cultivation. The woman's eyes were like water, but they carried a faint coldness. Her steps stopped, and her face suddenly sank. The ugly man behind him also stopped. He was startled and said, "Little junior sister, what's wrong?" The surrounding people all thought, "So their senior and junior brother. What a bunch of flowers and cow shit. I wonder which sect they're from." The woman's eyes flashed with killing intent. "The pedestrians on this road are too despicable. Go and dig out their eyes for me." The people around them gasped and looked shocked. The woman's eyes were full of killing intent. She didn't seem to be joking. This time, everyone quickly lowered their heads and walked away with cold sweat all over their bodies. The speed of the people around the woman suddenly increased, and they all passed by the two of them in a hurry. The ugly man frowned and said, "Little junior sister, this is human territory. Let's restrain ourselves. Master has specifically warned us not to cause trouble for no reason." The woman's face was covered with a layer of frost. She said coldly, "Am I causing trouble for no reason?" They were staring at me without any restraint. This is already a capital offense. Chemical cultivator. Someone has offended me, and you're actually not moved. The ugly man was at a loss for words. He looked around and saw that there were thousands of people on the street. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but steal a glance. Including those who had left earlier, he estimated that he would have to kill tens of thousands of people. He wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, "The human race is an ignorant and uncivilized race. Their character is extremely low. Little junior sister, please don't take it seriously. Humph, Commander Emosha is still the best. He has never disobeyed my orders. It's a pity that he's already dead." This woman was water deity. Her cold face suddenly became sad. She sobbed, sad, and sweet, making one's heart break. The chemical elementalist broke out in a cold sweat. He was flustered and did not know what to do. It was his first time coming to the heavenly martial continent, and it was a big city like Fengling City. In addition, the population had increased sharply recently, so he had long been dazed by the bustling scene. The Sea Tribe's confidence of being high and mighty was gradually crumbling, and he could feel many powerful auras looming in the crowd at any time. He was like a country bumpkin entering a city for the first time, and his mind was in a daze. "Little junior sister, since the people here are so detestable, why don't we go directly to the Red Moon City?" The chemical cultivator suggested. There were too many people in the city, and there were many hidden dragons and tigers everywhere, giving him a sense of oppression. Otherwise, even if there were tens of thousands of them, he would not even blink if he killed them all to please the water deity. The water deity snorted. "You have to register and wait in line to go to the Red Moon City. You have to wait for at least 3 days. I'm not going. Only a high-level Marshal Supreme can make an exception and teleport directly. You've already fulfilled the conditions, so you can go by yourself." The chemical cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "My mission is to protect little junior sister's safety. If she's not going, why should I go? Then let's find a place to settle down first, and we won't have to wander aimlessly on the streets." Water deity frowned and said, "If we settle down, how can we meet Li Yunxiao? Are you trying to trick me on purpose?" "Yunxiao," the chemical cultivator said bitterly, "since Lord Song has predicted that little junior sister will meet Li Yunxiao, it can't be wrong. Whether we settle down or not won't change the result." "That may be the case, but if we walk more on the streets, we might meet earlier," Water Deity said. As the two of them were talking, a person who looked like a housekeeper came from afar. In a few steps, he came straight in front of the two of them, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, "My two friends. I'm the head butler of Fengling City's Lu family, Lu Chichuan. I would like to invite my two friends to my residence." "A seat in the mansion? Why do you want to go?" The transformation cultivator was on his guard and blocked the water deity's path. He stared at Lu Qichuan coldly as killing intent surged from his body. Lu Qichuan was secretly shocked. The aura exuded by this foreign man was actually not inferior to his. He, my family's eldest young master, is naturally fond of talent and has a wide range of friends in the world. Seeing that the two of you are extraordinary, I really want to get to know you. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qichuan calmed down and smiled gently. Get to know him? I'm not interested. The chemical cultivator waved his hand and pointed at him. Your family's eldest young master must have seen my little junior sister's beauty and harbored ill intentions. If you know what's good for you, then quickly get lost. Lu Qichuan's face was filled with black lines as he thought that this foreign being looked rough, but he was actually quite meticulous. He chuckled and said, This friend's words are really unpleasant. My family's eldest young master only wants to get to know the two of you. At the same time, there are young talents from other continents. It's a rare opportunity that you can't get even if you want to. You two don't look familiar, so you probably don't know that the Lu family is the lord of Fengling City, right? I only know that Tang Qing is the lord of Red Moon City. I wonder how your family compares to Tang Qing. The chemical cultivator sneered. Lu Qichuan's expression changed drastically as he said in shock and anger, This junior is rude. He thought that the other party was deliberately teasing him, but he didn't know that the transformation cultivator really only knew Tang Qing. The water deity suddenly said, There are other young talents? I wonder who they are. Only then did Lu Qichuan's expression turn for the better as he said, There's also young Master Qin Yu of the Jade Toad sect of the North region. What else? Water deity asked. Lu Qichuan thought for a moment and said, Xuan Yu, the young master of the Three Blades sect in the eastern region, and Xianxia, the young master of the Huang family in Fengling City, Hong Kong. The water deity had been listening for a long time, but she did not know any of the 10 or so people. In fact, she did not know anyone except Yunxiao. Is Li Yunxiao here? She asked directly. Li Yunxiao? Lu Qichuan's brows furrowed, and his face changed drastically as his pupils constricted. You know Li Yunxiao? Yes, I was just about to look for him. Do you know where he is? Narcissus said joyfully. The chemical cultivator frowned. Little junior sister, be careful. He might be lying to us. Humans are full of tricks. What's your relationship with Li Yunxiao? Lu Qichuan asked. Friend. I'm his friend. Yunxiao. Water deity was overjoyed. You must know where Yunxiao is now. Lu Qichuan probed. Friend? I don't know where Yunxiao is, but we've been looking for him. Is he in Fengling City? The water deity was a little disappointed and said, He's definitely in Fengling City. By the way, you're the city lord of Fengling City, so you'll definitely be able to find him, right? She was happy again. Lu Qichuan's expression turned slightly cold as he nodded. As long as he's in Fengling City, we'll definitely find him. Since the two of you are his friends, please come to my Lu family and wait for news together. All right, water deity said. Since you are also looking for Yunxiao, I'll go and have a chat with you. The chemical cultivator stopped the water deity and said, Little junior sister, be careful of a trap. He doesn't look good. He doesn't seem to have good intentions. Water deity's face darkened and she said coldly, No matter how bad his expression is, he's still better looking than you. Looking for monthly votes. Hit me. This Tao Wu. The chemical cultivator was a little dizzy. It was a thankless effort, but firstly, he had a heavy responsibility on him, and secondly, he had been in love with Water Fairy for a long time, so he could only let her be. The water deity snorted and followed Lu Qichuan. The transformation cultivator was anxious and followed closely behind. The passers-by on both sides quietly watched for a long time, and only after the three people disappeared did they start discussing, most of them shaking their heads and sighing. AI. Such a beautiful girl is going to be killed again. The Lu family is really heartless. Recently, the number of beautiful women in the city has been arrested by the eldest young master of the Lu family in order to entertain his bad friends from all over the world. I don't think so. These two people have extraordinary bearings. They might be disciples of a big sect. The Lu family might not dare to mess around. Humph, the disciples of the truly large sects would have gone straight to the Red Moon City long ago. Most of the sects that are left in line are mid-sized sections, you're right. The day before yesterday, the young master of the Phoenix Dance Sword sect, Feng Yi, and her 4 beautiful maidservants were captured on the streets. They haven't been released yet. I'm afraid they've already been tortured to death. TSK. I don't think so? Why are you sighing when you look so poor? Wasn't it just saying that grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them? I see many young girls loitering in front of the Lu family's Zhai Xing Lu every day. They can't wait to be pampered by the Lu family's young master. All sorts of voices were heard, each with their own opinions. Some sighed, some scornfully, some disdainfully scoffed. After a while, the crowd dispersed. On an elegant building in Fengling City, the words "picking stars" were written in a flamboyant manner. It was 1,000 feet tall, and one could pick the stars with one's hand. The pavilion at the very top was accessible from all sides and had boundless scenery, allowing one to have a panoramic view of the entire city. A few young men were leaning against the railing, drinking and chatting. One of them's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "They're here!" The surroundings quieted down. Everyone stopped drinking and looked into the distance, revealing strange expressions. "Ha ha! Brother Qinyu, what do you think?" The man beside him had a handsome face and slanted brows. He was the Lu family's eldest young master, Lu Heng. At this moment, he said with a proud expression, "The Lu family has some status in Fengling City. Even if we're dragons crossing the river, we still have to bow and greet them to save some face. Furthermore, I've already given them enough face by asking Butler Chi-chun to personally invite them." The man whose eyes were filled with excitement had distinct facial features and fair skin. His eyes were staring into the distance with evil fire in them. He unconsciously licked his lips and praised, "Tsk. This little girl's looks are even better than Jiang Ruobing's. She's simply a peerless beauty." Hee. Lu Heng's lips curled up as he laughed weirdly. Hee, from what Brother Qinyu said, it seems like you're also drooling over Miss Jiang Ruobing? Gulp. Qin Wei swallowed but was still unable to soothe the dryness in her throat. She took a sip of tea to calm herself down and chuckled. Little sister Ruobing's beauty goes without saying. It's a pity that her identity is too special. Although this brother is hungry for her, I can only look at her but not reach her. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, their voices full of lust. Well, the Jade Toad sect's background can't be compared to them, Qin Wei sighed. Who would have thought that I'd be able to meet such a fresh and refined beauty in Fengling City? The heavens have truly treated me well. Lu Heng patted his shoulder and said, "Old brother, to be honest, this girl is indeed too beautiful. Even I'm moved. But since you've taken a fancy to it, this little brother will definitely not have second thoughts. Hee. It's still a question of whether I can succeed or not." Qin Wei put on a modest look and chuckled. "When the time comes, I'll have to ask for Brother Lu Heng's help. I'll leave it to you, brother." Lu Heng clapped his hands and smiled. "Since she's willing to come, she's naturally giving face to my Lu family." The other man, Huang Tsong from Fengling City, smiled and pointed at a street not far away. The one in the blue jade smoke shirt and the one in the light pink dress. "Just these two tonight. Wash them and send them to my room." Tsk. Brother Huangzong, you have sharp eyes and quick hands. That innocent and lovely girl in the light pink dress is probably only 12 years old. Right? I originally wanted to choose, so I'll let you have it. Three-Blade Zong Xuanyu laughed lightly and pointed below. The two women in white seemed to be a master and disciple. They look good. I'll choose them. Lu Heng's eyes focused as he stared into the distance. With their eyesight, they could clearly see the face of the woman within a few thousand meters. He couldn't help but praise, "Brother Xuanyu, you have good eyes. Those two girls seem to have trained in the soft body technique. Tsk, those figures are so smooth to the touch. You're really lucky. Ha ha ha. If we are talking about luck with women, who can compare to Big Brother Qin Wei today?" The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Wei was also overjoyed. She stared at the approaching water deity and felt her body burning up. A few other young masters also began to order. The Lu family martial artists behind them laughed lecherously and locked onto all the dishes with their divine senses before flying down to help the young masters with their work. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Everyone smiled and looked at the entrance of the corridor. That beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. She was like a spring breeze, refreshing everyone's heart. Lu Heng was dumbfounded. The water fairy in front of him was more than 10 times more beautiful than when he looked up. Previously, he had only seen her appearance, but now, her extraordinary and solemn temperament hit him in the face, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. He wasn't the only one. The rest of the people were also dumbfounded, their eyes wide. Gulp! The sound of Qin Wei swallowing her saliva came from her throat. Lu Heng immediately returned to his senses and his heart sank. He was extremely vexed and regretful. He glanced at Qin Wei from the corner of his eyes, and a layer of haze appeared in his eyes. Such a peerless beauty must be his. He could not give her to this toad. However, the veins on his neck bulged, and his hands clenched tightly. Eldest young master, we have brought the 2 distinguished guests. Lu Qichuan looked at everyone's expression and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The young man was full of vigor and was on his guard. The water deity looked at the crowd and her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. A trace of anger appeared on her brows. Lu Heng clenched his right fist and coughed heavily. Head butler, thank you. My 2 friends, I'm Lu Heng, the young master of the Lu family in Fengling City. I'm sorry for my sudden invitation. I hope you can forgive me. Although he said that they were 2 friends, his eyes were on the water fairy from the beginning to the end. He did not even look at the transformation cultivator. The rest of the young masters also came to their senses. They all put away their unruly looks and revealed their handsome, gentle, and elegant appearances. Lu Qichuan almost burst out laughing when he saw this, but he held it in for a moment. He secretly gave a look and said slowly in a low voice, "Young master, these 2 are Li Yunxiao's friends. They said they were looking for him in the city." Li Yunxiao. Lu Heng's entire body trembled as a trace of fear flashed through his heart. This name was too sensitive. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their brains that had been corroded by the sperm suddenly sobered up a little. Is Li Yunxiao in Fengling City? He asked in surprise. Is he in Fengling City? The water deity suppressed the disgust she felt towards these people and nodded. He must be. You're the young lord of Fengling City. I hope you can help me find him. That silver bell-like melodious sound made people's whole body go soft. They swallowed their saliva again and their minds were filled with sperm again. Lu Heng had also forgotten Yunxiao's sensitivity. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He could not help but be secretly delighted as he said, "Since Yunxiao is in Fengling City, this is a big deal. I'll need your cooperation. Take them to the mansion first, Chief Steward. I'll be there soon." He could use this matter to free the fairy from Qin Wei's hands, and then take her down by force when they arrived at the mansion of the Lu family. He could have a good time first, then slowly interrogate Yunxiao about it. Perhaps he could even take down Yunxiao along the way and earn a great merit. When he thought of this, he was so excited that his body reacted. "Hold on, Yunxiao!" Qin Wei shouted decisively. "These 2 are just Yunxiao's friends. What do they have to do with him? It's better to ask clearly before we speak." "Brother Qin Yu," Lu Heng snorted unhappily. "You should know very well who that Li Yunxiao is. If you miss the opportunity to capture him, you'll have to bear a great responsibility. When the time comes for the Red Moon City to blame you, will you be able to bear the responsibility?" Qin Wei saw the duck in her mouth and refused to let her go. She said coldly, "He's just Li Yunxiao. As long as I nod my head, the Jade Toad clan will help us capture him. He won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Everyone's face darkened, thinking that this was too big of a boast. Capture? What do you mean by that? The chemical elementalists had long noticed that there was something wrong with these people's gazes. They were already wary of them, but now they seemed to have noticed something. Hee, what do you mean? Since you're Yunxiao's friend, Qinwei sneered. Don't you know that he has been wanted by the whole world in Red Moon City? What? Li Yunxiao is wanted. The water deity was shocked and immediately looked anxious. When did this happen? Then what should he do? He won't be in danger, right? Her anxious and miserable appearance made people's hearts ripple, and the sound of people swallowing their saliva came and went. Ha! Don't worry, miss. Qinwei was even more elated and her lower body began to react. She patted her chest and said, I'm the young sect master of the Jade Toad sect of the North region, and even Red Moon City has a good relationship with my sect. If I speak for Yunxiao, Red Moon City will more or less give me some face, and maybe they will take back the arrest warrant. But speaking for Li Yunxiao is a huge favor, he said with a troubled look. I'm not familiar with him, so why would I help him for no reason? Water deity was taken aback. That's right, she repeated. You don't know Yunxiao well. Why did you help him for no reason? Seeing that she was very understanding, Qin Yu was delighted and smiled elegantly. But I feel like old friends with you at first sight, so why don't we become friends? For your sake, I'm willing to help you with this great favor. The monthly votes of the major platforms are so powerful. Thank you, everyone. Please continue begging. Really? The water deity's eyes lit up, and she said happily, You're willing to help Li Yunxiao just because he's your friend? Of course. For friends, I, Qinwei, have always been willing to risk my life. Qinwei patted her chest confidently, showing a heroic feeling of sacrificing herself for others. Lu Heng cursed in his heart. What do you mean by risking your life for a friend? You're stabbing your friend twice for a woman. Li Yunxiao has been wanted by Red Moon City for a long time, he said coldly. The Jade Toad clan is in the northern region. How can they be as close as the Lu family with Red Moon City? Brother Qin, you can't make the decision on this matter. Let this little brother make the decision. Humph. Qin Wei's face darkened and she snorted angrily. The Lui family is close to the Red Moon City, but their strength is limited. Can they influence the decision of the Red Moon City? The interactions between the large sects were not based on friendship, but on strength. If you don't have the strength, even if you kneel down and lick the boots of the Red Moon City, they won't care about you. You coward! Qin Wei, how dare you slander my family? Lu Heng flew into a rage. Since the other party had spoken to this extent, he was not giving him any face at all. He immediately mocked, the Jade Toad clan is indeed powerful. Once the Red Moon City put pressure on them, they obediently sent Zhang Ruobing out without even daring to say a word. Qin Wei's expression turned cold and killing intent shot out from her eyes. You stupid bird who only knows how to play with women all day long. What the hell do you know? A piece of trash at your level will never have the chance to come into contact with the interests of the large sects in your entire life. The two of them fell out and immediately became hostile. Their auras became tense. Two extremely powerful forces intertwined and suppressed each other. The entire Zhaixing Lu began to shake. The rest of the young masters were all stunned and at a loss. Just now, the two of them were still talking and laughing, drinking and chatting merrily. How did they suddenly turn hostile? And it was even a life and death battle. I won't have the chance to come into contact with it in this lifetime, and neither will you ever. Lu Heng replied coldly. Head butler Qi Chun, take him down. Lu Qichuan's brows furrowed slightly. He was in charge of receiving and serving these young popinjays, so he naturally couldn't be as impulsive as them. Suddenly, a powerful force pressed down on him as he said, Two young masters, please don't be impulsive. We all have good intentions and want to help this young lady. How can we hurt our relationship because of this? Under Lu Qichuan's pressure, the two's surging power instantly dispersed and they were forced to retreat, especially Qin Wei. A look of shock flashed across her face. She just remembered that this was someone else's territory. Although she didn't believe that the Lu family would dare to kill her, she was afraid that she would meet some brainless people who would really kill her. All the sperm in his mind was dispelled, and he snorted heavily. The expression on Lu Heng's face also changed and he became much more clear-headed. Although the Lu family did not have much contact with the Jade Toad sect, their overall strength was still stronger than the Lu family's, so there was no need for them to recruit a great enemy for no reason. The two of them fell silent, and the upstairs fell into silence. The chemical cultivator crossed his arms in front of his chest coldly and sneered. These people, including Lu Qichuan, were just ants in his eyes. He could kill them all in minutes. "You're looking for Li Yunxiao, miss," Lu Qichuan said. "As long as he's in Fengling City, the Lu family will definitely be able to find him. As for Red Moon City, as long as the Jade Toad sect and the Lu family intercede for you at the same time, there won't be any problems." "Yes, that's true. There aren't many things in this world that my Jade Toad sect can't do." Qin Wei walked up the stairs and started to brag again. "That's great. Are you guys really willing to help me?" Water Deity said in joy. Lu Heng thought to himself, "Why is this girl so innocent and easy to deceive?" A dark look flashed in his eyes as he said, "Of course I'm willing. Why don't you come back to my mansion with me first, and I'll send someone to look for Yunxiao. Then send a letter to Red Moon City to ask them to withdraw the arrest order and let Yunxiao go. What do you think, miss? Let him go? Why do you want them to release it?" The joy on the water deity's face disappeared, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. "Since they want Li Yunxiao, we'll go and destroy them. Young Master Qin Wei, young Master Lu Heng, I'm definitely going to befriend you too. Please send some experts to follow me to destroy the Red Moon City." Silence. It was all quiet. Everyone's voice was completely gone, and they were all stunned. Gulp. Lu Heng swallowed his saliva and said, "Young lady, what did you just say? Annihilate? Annihilate the Red Moon City?" The water deity's face was serious as she said, "Yes. How dare the Red Moon City attack Yunxiao? We are all his friends, so of course we have to help him destroy the Red Moon City." Gulp. Now everyone understood that this fairy was not normal. It was a pity that such a beautiful girl had a mental problem. However, it doesn't affect our pleasure. Everyone thought with lust in their minds. Lu Qichuan's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Young lady's words are correct. This one has dispatched some people here, so I ask young lady to wait here for a while." "Okay, go ahead." "Thank you." The water deity was overjoyed as she clapped her hands and praised. Come, miss, please sit here." Lu Heng naturally understood Lu Qichuan's thoughts and smiled as well. He hurriedly greeted him warmly and ordered for all sorts of rare and precious fruits to be served. The water deity didn't stand on ceremony and started eating happily. She rarely tasted the various spirit fruits on the continent, and it seemed to suit her appetite. Lu Heng was dumbfounded. If he had known that this woman was so unscrupulous, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble by directly putting some powerful medicine in the tea? The only thing that everyone was wary of was the expressionless transformation cultivator. His face was cold and his eyes looked like he was looking at a dead person, which made people feel uncomfortable. At this time, a martial artist ran up and said, "The women that the young masters have taken a fancy to have been settled, and all kinds of props have been arranged according to the interests of the young masters." What did he mean? The entire room upstairs became unusually quiet. Only Daffodil Daydream's question could be heard. The chemical cultivator's expression changed. A furious killing intent surged up. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out, trapping everyone within. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Their faces turned pale green as they looked at the chemical cultivator in shock. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. "Who are you? What are you doing up here?" Lu Heng made a prompt decision and rushed forward. He used all his essence force and slapped down. Pa! The martial artist was unable to react in time. His head was hit heavily, and before he could even scream, it exploded like a melon. Blood spurted into the air, and his body shot out of the building like a dart, disappearing. Lu Heng clapped his hands and smiled at the two of them. "He's a psychopath. I don't know him." The water deity blinked her eyes, and a golden light appeared around her pupils. "You've already killed him. He's a psychopath. He's quite pitiful. Ingluo, it's all right. She's already delirious. There's no point in living. Lu Heng mumbled a few words before the water deity ate the spirit fruit and nodded. The chemical elementalist also retracted his aura, but his gaze became colder and colder. His eyes were filled with a deathly indifference. His indifferent eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and his pupils shrank. Outside the building, figures suddenly flickered in the sky. In the space of a few breaths, they had formed a dense encirclement. At a glance, there were over 100 people. The water deity's eyes lit up and she said in joy, "So many people. Thank you all." Lu Heng's courage suddenly rose as his expression changed. He laughed out loud, "Haha. No need to thank me. Helping others is the root of happiness. Ha 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 ha." The rest of the young masters also laughed out loud. Even Qin Wei sneered, but with an extra layer of vulture. He was determined to get the water fairy's beauty. Once the Lu family got it, he would immediately go to his father and ask him to personally put pressure on the Lu family to get this girl. He had already calculated in his heart that he had to go immediately. The longer this woman was in Lu Heng's hands, the more danger she would be in. Although there are many of them, they are all very weak. Can they destroy the Red Moon City? The water deity frowned. She revealed a suspicious expression. Haha, of course it's not enough to destroy Red Moon City, but it's more than enough to destroy you too. I think young lady's brain is also sick. Come into Big Brother's arms and I'll treat you. Ha 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 ha. Lu Heng burst out laughing, especially after the two 5-star martial emperors from the Lu clan entered the pavilion. Ha ha ha. The rest of the people laughed ferociously as well. Their gazes were all sizing up water deity without any restraint. The water deity immediately understood and said in embarrassment, "I know, you lied to me. You're bad guys." The chemical elementalist wiped his cold sweat and thought, "You just found out? Your reaction is really slow. Bad guys? Haha. If you say Big Brother is bad now, I'll make you call me Big Brother later. Haha." Lu Heng laughed lecherously and began to fantasize about the pleasure of getting the water fairy. He felt a burst of heat on his body and the tent below was raised high. Die! Without waiting for the water deity's instructions, the transformation cultivator spat out a word. A light flashed in the sky and he charged forward, appearing in front of Lu Heng. Crack! His action was as fast as lightning. Before the crowd could react, he had already grabbed Lu Heng's neck and broke it in an instant. Ah! Everyone was instantly stunned and petrified. The entire pavilion immediately fell into a deathly silence. Lu Heng's head was still hanging on his neck, but it drooped down. His eyes were protruding out, and he was completely lifeless. Everyone's brains crashed, and they couldn't react in time. The eldest young master of the Lu family had been so lively just a moment ago, jumping around and shouting that he wanted to have fun. But he had become a dead fish in an instant, especially the experts of the Lu family. They all woke up from the shock and felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The eldest young master was dead, and none of them could escape responsibility. Arg! You should die. The two 5-star martial emperor powerhouses at the forefront instantly exploded. Their auras rose and instantly blew up the entire Zhai Xinglu Humph. I wonder who deserves to die. The chemical cultivator laughed coldly. The two of them were the strongest among the people present, but they were still like ants in his eyes. He was already furious. How dare he fantasize about the woman he loved in front of him? He would kill him 100 times. Unfortunately, Lu Heng couldn't withstand being killed and died with a light twist of his neck. He also regretted letting this person off so easily. Now it was the perfect time to kill the entire Lu family. You dare to kill my family's eldest young master? No one in the world can save you. Lu Qichuan's heart turned cold as well, and he rushed over in a rage. Haha, what a joke. Just you small fries, sitting in Fengling City and looking at the sky, not knowing the vastness of the sea and the sky. The chemical cultivator laughed wildly, and the murderous aura on his body rose to the extreme. He formed a seal with his right hand and drew a circle in the air with his left hand. Then, he launched 2 separate attacks at the two 5-star martial sovereigns. His cultivation base as an 8 stars martial emperor was not on the same level as his opponents. The vast Emperor Qi instantly suppressed the two of them and they could not move. Ah, this pressure. Why, you're a high-level martial supreme, one of them shouted in horror. In the blink of an eye, the chemical cultivator's fists and palms landed on the two of them, instantly blasting them into pieces. Ah! The people in the surroundings were stunned. They stood in the sky in a daze. The mid-stage martial emperor, who was usually high and mighty and out of reach, was crushed to death like an ant. Not good. He's a high-level martial supreme. Run. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately scattered in all directions. You want to leave now? It's too late. The chemical cultivator laughed coldly. He was like a god of death who had just walked out of hell. He released his vast Emperor Qi and everyone was stunned. No one could move. His 5 fingers closed together, and his palm turned into a blade, slashing down from the sky. Every time he raised his hand and swung his blade, several people would scream and die. Hee. The chemical elementalist's face turned red, as though he enjoyed the feeling of being judged. Looking at the fear and despair in the eyes of the humans, he felt a sense of relief. Why, Your Excellency, please show mercy, Lu Qichuan said in a panic. We were blind to have designs on you. We indeed deserve to die. However, the Lu family is a vassal force of the Red Moon City. I hope that Your Excellency will spare us for the sake of the Red Moon City. I'm the young master of the Jade Toad sect, Qin Wei pleaded. My sect is extremely powerful. Please spare my life, my lord. Immediately, the others also began to beg for mercy. In an instant, the sky was filled with cries for mercy. Lu Qichuan's heart was filled with anxiety. He looked into the distance from time to time, trying his best to stall for time, hoping to attract the attention of the clan. At this moment, the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Ziyuan, and the sect master of the Jade Toad sect, Qin Shi, as well as a few other sect masters, were in a meeting. As long as they rushed over, the 2 people in front of them would be executed. The chemical cultivator looked at the water deity hesitantly, asking for her opinion. The water deity's face was as cold as frost. She said coldly, not only are they bad people who want to bully me, but they are also vassals of Red Moon City, and they will also harm Yunxiao. Kill them all. Yes. Yes, the chemical cultivator replied. The killing intent on his body surged and a horn grew out of the meatball on his forehead. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame. The flames turned into a ferocious image and spread across the sky, instantly engulfing everyone. Screams rose and fell, and in a few breaths, everyone quieted down. There was an extremely strong golden light in the flames, like an exploding sun, blinding people's eyes. In addition, Zhai Xinglu was in a high position. In an instant, everyone in the city looked over and revealed a look of shock. The transformation cultivator recovered from his half-demon state and said, Junior sister, we've already killed them all. What should we do now? Since we have nothing to do, let's go to the city lord's mansion and kill everyone from the Lu family, the water deity said with a cold gaze. The chemical elementalist frowned but did not refute. Instead, he nodded slightly. Who is so bold? You dare to kill my Lu family's people? A deafening roar was heard. In the distance, several rays of light shot into the sky. In a few turns, they arrived outside Zhai Xinglu. Several powerful auras surged in and surrounded Zhai Xinglu. The chemical cultivator and water immortal's expressions changed slightly. There was no lack of experts among these auras. Where's my son? One of the men had thick eyebrows and huge eyes. He had a stern expression on his face. He was Qin Shi, the sect master of the Jade Toad sect. He scanned the place with his divine sense and found that there were only the auras of the transformation cultivator and water immortal on the star-picking tower. He immediately had a bad feeling. Where's my son? The other middle-aged men all cried out as well. Their faces were covered in frost and their expressions were frighteningly cold. Lu Ziyuan was also fuming with anger, and a similarly bad feeling spread in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the huge emotional fluctuation and gritted his teeth. Who are you two? Where's my son? The hundreds of people just now have been burned to ashes, the water deity said coldly. I wonder if your son is inside. What? Several people in the sky felt dizzy. They felt that the sun in the sky was extremely dazzling, and they felt like they were about to fall. Ah! You all deserve to die. She roared in grief and indignation. He rushed into the building in an instant. The belt on his waist was untied and turned into a 3-foot-long sword, which was aimed at the throat of the Wuxia. The aura on his body exploded like an explosive, and the entire building was turned into dust. Junior sister, be careful. The chemical cultivator was shocked. This person's aura was not inferior to his. He was also an 8 stars martial emperor. He didn't dare to be slow and immediately transformed into a demon. His entire body was covered in scales and his 5 sharp claws grabbed out. With a bang, he clenched the sword in his hand and blocked all the sword momentum. She was shocked by the strength of the other party's body. But the great grief and indignation made him disregard his own safety. With a loud roar, his right hand shook, and countless sword talismans surged up. His left hand grabbed in the air and turned into a sword in his palm, slashing directly in the air. Humph! The chemical elementalist snorted coldly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and a black pattern rippled from his palm and struck upwards. Bang! The two forces collided in the air, forming an extremely strong spirit pressure that spread out. Both of them suffered a huge backlash, but because the transformation cultivator's left hand was tightly gripping onto the other's sword, the shock entered their bodies and they could not disperse it. They had to bear it all. Humph! She let out a muffled groan, and the smell of blood gushed out of his throat. After 2 moves, he understood that the other party's cultivation level was about the same as his, but his physical body was far superior. If they continued to fight, he would lose without a doubt. The chemical cultivator was shaken by the recoil force. The scales on his body made a rustling sound and disintegrated all the force. Hee. Go to hell. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. His vigorous body shook, and a huge tail appeared in the air, directly swinging over. The entire space trembled, and a huge black crack appeared. Then it turned into countless densely packed thin cracks and spread out. The iron-like giant tail slapped down on the spot. She broke out in a cold sweat. If he was hit by this tail, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. At the critical moment, a stern shout was heard. One sword of snow engulfing blue paths. Lu Xuan became one with his sword, and a blue sword chi slashed at that long tail. Bang! It shot out a sky full of golden light. Lu Xuan's hand shook, and his long sword almost fell out of his hand. He was also greatly shocked. He was afraid that only he and she could suppress the alien in front of him. Anyone who fought him alone would be finished. She took a deep breath and quickly formed a seal with his left hand. Several iron caltrops appeared in the air and suddenly shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Ha! What a joke! This lord's body is even tougher than a 9th-tier profound armament. The chemical cultivator's face was full of disdain. He let go of the long sword in his left hand, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and drifted back. His long tail curled up behind him and he suddenly swung it at the iron caltrops. Bang! 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 A total of 7 metal colliding sounds rang out. The iron caltrops did not bounce off, but all stuck to the long tail. What? The chemical cultivator was shocked. He looked over and saw that the 7 caltrops were clipped between the gaps of the scales on its tail and seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. Heavy! A trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of Xi's mouth. He made a hand seal with one hand and shouted. The long tail suddenly fell down, bringing the body of the transformation cultivator down from the sky. What is this? The chemical elementalist was shocked. He felt as if his tail was being pressed down by an infinite force and was being pulled down. Their battle had attracted the attention of many people in Fengling City. When they saw people falling, the ground spread out like ants. Boom! Dust flew up from the ground, and dozens of streets were destroyed in an instant. Sect Master Qin's Iron Rock caltrip is indeed powerful. It can restrain all living things. Qin, she said, this thing is made of the iron rock of the earth. It's not very powerful by itself. It's just that it forms yin and yang with the soil. Its earth attribute is usually sealed. Once it's released, it's like the two poles of the magnetic field, and it's directly sucked down by the earth. No matter what, this person has been suppressed. Lu Ziyuan heaved a sigh of relief, and a thick sense of fear flashed through his eyes. If I hadn't broken through to the 8 Stars realm recently, I probably wouldn't have been able to block the power of his tail just now. Don't be careless. We'll only be truly done if we go down and kill him. Qin Shi's eyes revealed a ruthless haze, thinking of the painful death of his beloved son. He wanted to stab the transformation cultivator to death. Lu Ziyuan also felt the same as he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He coldly said to the people in the distance, "You guys, take this woman down. I'll go with sect leader Qin to kill that demon." Lu Ziyuan and Qin Shi immediately flew down, while the rest of the sect masters and experts of the Lu family swarmed towards the water immortal. Humph. I'm not as easy to deal with as a transformation cultivator. A circle of gold appeared in water deity's eyes. She formed hand seals on her body, and rays of golden light appeared on her body. She stepped on the clouds and wore a golden crown. She raised her sword and stabbed towards the crowd. Boom! The earth trembled and all kinds of light flashed. The long tail of the chemical cultivator was pressed down by 7 caltrips, and he couldn't move at all. He could only stand still and let Qin Shi and his rhythmical plant essence attack him. Although the two of them joined forces and their swords were like rainbows, the other party's body seemed to be indestructible, and only a shallow wound could be left. The chemical cultivator was also furious. He was even more worried about the water deity in the sky, so he diverted most of his attention to her. Damn it! Seeing that everyone was attacking the water deity, he was furious. He spat out golden flames which turned into sharp arrows and shot into the sky. All kinds of screams rose and fell in the sky, and a large number of people died. Qin Shi and Lu Ziyuan's anger soared to the sky. Not only were they angry, but they were also furious from embarrassment. Under their joint attack, they still had the mind to help others. This was simply an insult to them. The two's faces turned cold, and they each formed a sword art. Rays of sword light spread out and rose up. Mind your own business. I can handle these people, the water deity shouted. She was wearing the sea god's armor set, and the only thing missing was the golden chainmail. The 8 suffering's sword in her hand rose, and she was filled with infatuation and resentment. Under this sword intent, those strong cultivators actually had the intention of getting lost. They couldn't help but be shocked, and they all protected their bodies with Emperor Qi and retreated. In addition, the chemical cultivators were still spitting golden flames from their mouths below and would occasionally launch a few sneak attacks, so no one dared to attack. What a beautiful little girl. These 3 profound level weapons make one's eyes burn with envy. Let Grandpa take a look. Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out. Water deity instantly felt her body become sluggish, and the elemental energy around her body was completely suppressed. She was taken aback, and her eyes flashed as she vaguely saw something. With a loud shout, she poured all her strength into the sword and stabbed it into the void. Lines of Maha-ancient characters flickered from the sword, representing life, old age, illness, death, meeting of resentment, separation of love, wish for nothing, and accumulation of the 5 elements. The 8 ancient characters rose into the air and turned into 8 rays of golden light. The weapon essence on the sword surged and split the void with a bang. What? At the crack in the void, a white-bearded old man's face was revealed, and his face was filled with shock. However, in the next moment, his shocked expression turned into a maniacal laugh. His hands formed a seal and he grabbed the large sword. You're indeed from the Poseidon family. Little girl, Grandpa wants you. Bang! The old man's round palm grabbed the big sword, and in an instant, he became skinny and covered in green. He was not a human hand at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden sword in the old man's hand trembled continuously. A terrifying sword intent spread out and slashed at the green arm, setting off waves, but it couldn't hurt it. The old man's beard and hair were flying under the sword intent as he laughed madly. Little girl, let's go. He flicked his finger on the sword and knocked it away. His figure flashed like a ghost and grabbed the water deity's neck. The water deity's face turned red and she looked forward in a hurry. She saw that the old man's eyes gradually became strange. She only felt dizzy and slowly lost consciousness. Junior sister, the chemical elementalist roared and his aura instantly rose to its peak. His long tail trembled violently as he tried to escape from the 7 ironstone caltrops. The ground continued to crack. His body slowly grew in size and almost completely transformed into a demon. He was like a huge monster with scales all over his body as he lay dormant on the ground. His breathing was heavy and his body was heaving up and down. His eyes were red as he stared at the old man, completely ignoring the 2 experts beside him. Ha! It's actually the most brutal giant tail tribe in the deep sea. This old man's trip this time was quite unexpected. Ha! Not only was the old man not afraid, but his eyes were also shining with excitement. He took out a bracelet and threw it in the air. The bracelet expanded to several acres in size before disappearing into the air. Soon after, a huge, strange fish slowly swam out of the void. The strange fish was 300 meters long, and its face could not be seen clearly. Everyone could only see that the fish's body was green, and 2 long whiskers hung down from its mouth. Small, the old man shouted and sent a seal over. Only then did the strange green fish sway a few times in the air and shrink 10 times. Its body turned into 100 feet long and slowly hung above the old man. Only then did everyone see the shape of the fish clearly. It had a ferocious look on its face and a pair of round eyes that flickered like golden lamps. The scales on its body were arranged in a very strange way, as if they were inserted piece by piece. Not only were the shapes, sizes, and colors different, but they were also different species. What shocked everyone even more was that the strange black carp had actually extended a pair of black eagle claws with extremely sharp fingers. The appearance of the old man and the strange fish left everyone dumbfounded and at a loss. The people in the city looked up, all of them stunned. Gulp! Gulping sounds could be heard everywhere. A question appeared in everyone's heart. What kind of fish was this? Even Qin Shi and Lu Ziyuan felt that it was very sudden. The momentum of their swords slowed down and they were stunned on the spot. The chemical elementalist was still staring at the old man in rage. He kept accumulating power and injecting it into his long tail. The entire tail began to turn red. The 7 ironstone caltrops trembled non-stop and were about to shatter. The old man was unmoved by him. He threw the unconscious water deity over for the strange green fish to bite. Then, he patted the strange green fish's head and laughed. Watch carefully. If there's any mistake, I'll eat you tonight, he said. The strange green fish's golden light-like eyes looked down, and it opened its mouth. It sucked the water fairy in its mouth and then made a swallowing action. Gulp! The water deity was swallowed by it. Ah! The chemical elementalist went berserk. Bang! 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 The 7 iron rock caltrops that were suppressing the long tail exploded, turning into 7 streams of blue smoke and dissipating. Lu Ziyuan and Qin Shi immediately reacted. In their shock, they saw the transformation cultivator soar into the sky, his huge tail sweeping in the air and suddenly slapping towards the strange fish. Hurry up and spit out my junior sister. His bloodshot eyes looked like they were about to burst. The strange fish's eyes widened, and 2 golden lights flashed. It opened its mouth and spat. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! The lightning landed on the long tail and exploded instantly. Countless bolts of lightning spread out, causing the chemical cultivator to be in great pain. Although he was invulnerable, the power of thunder broke through his Emperor Qi of the 9th heaven and blasted into his body, wreaking havoc on his physical body. Haha, this is a mature, ferocious giant tail. Don't break it. The old man's eyes flashed with cold joy. He made a hand seal with one hand and a talisman appeared in his hand. He threw it down. The talisman fluttered in the wind and expanded to the size of a flag. The chemical elementalist was dazed by the lightning. When he saw the talisman fall, his eyes widened and he roared as he punched. Boom! The air instantly exploded, and a circle of black lines rippled out from the fist wind. It even penetrated the talisman, and the fist force shot up to the 9 heavens. What? The chemical cultivator's pupils shrank and he was shocked. The talisman that had been pierced through did not seem to change at all. It continued to float down and stuck to his body. The talisman disappeared as soon as it touched his body, but the countless tiny runes on it flew out and covered his body in an instant. The chemical elementalist suddenly raised his head and screamed. An immense pain spread from his entire body. Those runes did not attack his body but seeped into the gaps between his scales like water. Bang! 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 Countless explosions rang out from his body as blood seeped out from his layers of scales. It was as if he had been hacked by 1,000 blades. The chemical cultivator's eyes gradually lost their color and his body became stiff. In an instant, he was covered in blood as if he had been soaked in a pool of blood. It was a shocking sight. TSK, take this too. Don't kill him. He's more valuable alive. The old man grinned. The strange green fish slowly flew lower and the eagle claws on its body suddenly became long. With a caw sound, it grabbed the transformation cultivator who was in his beast form and slowly dragged him up. There were millions of people in the hall. At least 10,000 warriors had reached a certain level of cultivation. There were thousands of warriors with excellent eyesight. They saw the whole process clearly. Besides the shock on their faces, they were more frightened and scared. Even from a distance, they could feel the cold air coming from their bodies. Even Lu Ziyuan and Qin Shi, as well as the other experts of the Lu family, were all watching from afar. Their palms were covered in cold sweat, and no one dared to make a sound. Haha! Today's harvest is not bad. What good luck! This trip to the Red Moon City wasn't in vain. I'm so happy. The old man leaped up and landed on Qin Yu's body. His face was full of smiles as he stroked his beard. Lu Ziyuan discovered that the old man didn't even glance at him from beginning to end. This was complete contempt and disdain, showing that he didn't enter his eyes at all. As the lord of Fengling City, this was a great humiliation, but he didn't feel humiliated at all. He only hoped that this old man would leave quickly and disappear forever. He would treat today's matter as a nightmare. The strange green fish slowly flew up from a low altitude and hovered above the city. It carried the old man to the area where the teleport formation was. The chemical elementalist was caught by its claws and was continuously dripping blood. The entire city was deathly silent. Other than a few ordinary mortals who had never seen this place before, the entire city was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Somewhere in the city, on the dome of a tall building, a man in a long green robe stood against the wind. The man's face was cold and his facial features were exquisite. His long green robe fluttered in the wind. He had an exquisite sword at his waist and his left hand was holding the hilt. He looked like a jade tree in the wind. He silently stood there without moving and watched the entire process. As he watched the strange blue fish slowly swim away, his pupils shrank and he muttered to himself, I'm afraid Yunxiao will soon know that Water Fairy has been captured. What will his reaction and action be? The man pondered for a moment before his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the strange green fish, and his face revealed a look of horror. The huge green fish suddenly stopped in the air, and on its tail, behind the old man, a man suddenly appeared. After a brief moment of shock, a trace of worry flashed through the man's eyes. This brat is truly fearless. He better not be killed by Qiu Mujia. The veins on his hand that was holding the long sword were visible, but he immediately loosened his grip. He laughed and said to himself, I'm thinking too much. With his strength and intelligence, even if he can't win, he can at least escape. The The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. His right hand formed a seal, and his entire person suddenly became absent-minded. Then, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared on the spot. The entire Feng Ling city turned solemn. The huge blue fish suddenly stopped, causing all the warriors to look over with their eyes wide open. All of a sudden, everyone's body trembled as they shockingly discovered that there was an additional person on the black carp's tail. And many people immediately recognized that person's identity. Because this person had been wanted in Feng Ling City for a long time, his image had been spread throughout the entire eastern region. What? The old man let out a softy sound, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He didn't even turn his head, and only sinisterly laughed. What an interesting young man. I'll feed my fish with this. The person behind him had a cold expression, his long hair dancing in the wind. He said indifferently, "Feed your sister." All the martial artists present fainted instantly, but at the same time, they were drenched in cold sweat for the young man. Under shock, Lu Ji Yuan's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. 2 years ago, he had been chasing this man for his life. At that time, he was only a 1-star martial emperor. Now that he had appeared again, he was already a 7-star martial emperor. Moreover, what shocked him was that he could not do anything to his opponent when he was still a 1-star martial emperor. Now, his cultivation base had increased by 6 levels. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Ziyuan's forehead. Although he had also advanced by a star, and his cultivation still suppressed the other by a level, he had a feeling of fear and trepidation, and couldn't produce the heart to resist. In particular, Xianxia's indifference in the face of the terrifying old man made him feel even more inferior, and the gap between his courage and the heart of martial Dao was instantly widened. The difference between them was even greater. The old man's smile froze as he turned around and stared at Xianxia fiercely. Suddenly, a strange look appeared in his eyes, and he became extremely surprised. He exclaimed, "What a young 7-star martial sovereign! Impossible! Did you use some kind of spell to hide from my eyes?" He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "That's impossible. Who can hide a spell from me?" Ha 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 ha. Just in time to capture them and study them together. Another unexpected harvest. This trip was not in vain. This trip was not in vain. After the old man muttered to himself for a while, his eyes shot out an ominous light and he laughed hideously. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked at him coldly as he sneered, "I originally wanted to deal with you after the matters in Red Moon City were settled, but I didn't expect you to come out of your own initiative. That's good. It'll save this young master the trouble of making a trip to Mount Bogan." The old man's body trembled, and his face instantly twisted. His eyes were like lightning as he shouted, "Who are you?" The other party had identified his hiding place in a single sentence, causing him to be extremely shocked and extremely vigilant. After all, his identity and where he was hiding were extremely secretive and of great importance. As soon as his killing intent rose, he immediately locked onto Xianxia. This aura is dense." The old man covered Xianxia with his divine sense, and a familiar feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He frowned. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said angrily, "So it's you." Xianxia smiled sarcastically, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said coldly, "What? Do you remember? Qiu Mujia, you damn madman." The old man was none other than Feng Zijia. With a ferocious look on his face, he said ruthlessly, "Humph. I've worn out my iron shoes and searched high and low for it, but I found it without any effort. Where did you hide my peerless divine body?" Back when they were on Xiankong Island in the East Sea, Xianxia had helped the guests remove the seal in their bodies, and through the power of the seal, he had seen a glimpse of the scene inside Mount Bogan, following which Qiu Mujia's divine sense that was chasing after him was directly cut off by him in the air. That was the first confrontation between the two, but they didn't know who they were. Qiu Mujia still did not know that one of his disciples was in Yunxiao's divine realm tablet, and the other had been killed by Yunxiao. Yunxiao glanced at the strange blue fish under his feet and snorted coldly. Peerless, divine body? The grudge between you and me isn't just about a peerless, divine body. A cold glint burst out from his eyes. The peerless divine body was a grudge between Wuxia and his vassals. He wasn't interested in interfering. On the other hand, the grudge between him and Wuxia was that the Purple Cloud Peak had sent Yang Yuanshu to kill Ningqiue and colluded with Wei Qing. It was just that Wuxia did not know about these grudges. What? As expected, Wuxia revealed a puzzled expression. Yunxiao grinned hideously. You don't need to understand. Just let me beat you half to death first, and then we'll have a good talk. His figure flickered and his entire body appeared in the air. Two of his fingers were like a sword as he slashed down. Ha! How arrogant. You're so arrogant that I want to peel off your skin inch by inch. Wuxia laughed sinisterly as a strange light flashed through his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the space in front of him exploded and the sword radiance was instantly destroyed. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and charged at Yunxiao. Yunxiao sneered as he clenched his fingers into a claw and slashed down. Ha! You're looking for death. Wuxia laughed maniacally and changed the seal in his hand. A ball of green energy immediately appeared and emitted a strong light. It was about to explode. Humph! What a joke! Unhurriedly, Yunxiao moved his 5 fingers and clenched the air. The space suddenly tightened, and the 5 fingers, like mountains, held up the surroundings. The ball of green light had just dispersed a little, but under the influence of the fingerprint, it instantly shrank and showed signs of collapsing inward. Countless spiritual energy around it rushed into it. What? Wuxia's expression changed to one of shock. He formed another seal with his thumb and middle finger, while his left hand formed another seal and pointed out with his little finger. He put his hands together in the air and the concentrated green light disintegrated. It turned into a lotus flower and slowly flew up. Within a radius of 100 mu, the lotus flowers were so lifelike that they were dancing in the wind. Humph! Yunxiao sneered again as he changed his hand seal. 3 of his fingers overlapped each other, and the remaining 2 fingers were pressed down like a canopy. Suddenly, a golden light flew out from the handprint, and the entire blue sky was covered in a golden dome. Countless runes floated in the golden light, and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit. A magnificent golden shadow descended from the sky. Its hands were in a seal, and its face could not be seen clearly. The phantom crossed its legs and sat down on the lotus with a solemn and dignified aura, its body shimmering with golden light. The green light was suppressed, and the figure slowly descended on the lotus. As he sat down, the entire sky was filled with golden light. The human figure and the lotus suddenly became one, without any distinction between them. They rotated non-stop, and a majestic and vast will spread out in the sky. Everyone present was dumbstruck. This kind of ability that could move and imitate at will was almost a divine skill. They had never seen it before. After the lotus-like apparition spun a few rounds, its power was pushed to the extreme and it suddenly pressed down. It was like the entire golden dome had suddenly collapsed. This Tao Wu. Wuxia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hand seals were the strength of all alchemists, and the other party's hand seals seemed to be no weaker than his. In fact, he had a vague feeling that he was even stronger than himself. However, as soon as this absurd idea flashed through his mind, he felt uncomfortable all over and immediately rejected it instinctively, taking the result of equal strength. Humph! I forgot that you are also an alchemist. Wuxia immediately recalled the first confrontation of divine sense, where he had also been shaken off by the other party. His face sank and his hands changed. His palms turned dry and blue, and his 5 fingers clenched into fists. A pair of huge green claws condensed in the air and grabbed at the illusionary lotus platform. Bang! The golden light phantom was instantly defeated by the claw print, and the golden light that filled the sky disappeared. The pair of claws and fangs rose and fell at Yunxiao. Yunxiao scattered the incantation gesture and raised his hands above his head. His aura condensed in the sky, and the saber intent spread out and suddenly slashed down. Boom! A transparent blade of light appeared and suddenly slashed at the claws and teeth. Light and shadow filled the sky, and the world trembled. Qiu Mujia's eyes narrowed as he teleported and appeared in front of Yunxiao, his sharp blue claws grabbing at his throat. A black crack appeared between the 5 claws, and a spatial storm was forming. Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his fingers into a fist, got into a fighting stance, and threw out a Vajra fist. Bang! Qiu Mujia's green claws struck the fist, causing a metallic clang to ring out and a golden glow to appear. What? Qiu Mujia's pupils contracted as he was overwhelmed with shock. His sharp claws could even split mountains and rocks. Even ordinary 9th-tier profound artifacts could be broken through directly, but he couldn't even break a single punch from his opponent. He didn't believe it at all. He snorted angrily and increased the strength in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The claws and fangs kept sliding across Yunxiao's fist, shooting out dazzling golden light, but they could not hurt him at all. Humph! Using your claws to touch me. Disgusting! Yunxiao snorted and changed the momentum of his fist. A vast force rushed out of his fist and slammed into the green claw with a bang, forcing Qiu Mujia back. He was also quite surprised. The other party's claws seemed to be even harder and sharper than 9th-tier profound armaments. He didn't know what kind of divine ability or cultivation method he had cultivated. Qiu Mujia was jolted back onto the back of the strange green fish. His face was filled with shock. Impossible! It can actually resist my ominous dark claw. His face was filled with shock, and he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He roared, "Damn it!" His hands quickly formed a seal, and dozens of talismans flew out from his fingers. Those talismans were all different, and they emitted light in the air one by one. All kinds of strange forces appeared, seemingly chaotic, but in fact they were all connected. In an instant, hundreds of runes formed an array and circled around Yunxiao. Send me the monthly votes.